Hello. Bringing the music down a little bit. Well, a lot bit. And bringing us on into a nice little surprise. And skadoosh. So, as you can see, this side, there are no party members. They've all vanished. Oh no. Hopefully, this little addition that I've kind of. Oh god, what's happened here? Oh god, what's happened? Something had to go wrong, didn't it? Okay. Bear with me a second. Quick last minute adjustment. uh, for some reason, I've saved the level as 6 on the actual overlay itself, like a fool. But yes, there's little new addition to the whole overlay now, so that when people talk, their little character icons will actually pop up and light up to show that they are hello 23. Damn, one more month and it'll be 2 years. Oh, oh. The overfay. There we go. Delete that. Oh. Delete that. File. Save as. Hey, it's all appreciated. Overfay 4. File. I will get this to work, please, for the love of God, before 1:30. I don't want to be accused of being late. I've got a minute. Oh no, it's just turned 1:30. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Skadoosh. There we go. Fixed. Done. Level 7. Boom. Jump in the call. Let's see if this works.
Now it's a group.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey. Hello.
It works. It's
Does it?
Go away.
Hell yeah.
I can't see because of the lag.
Oh.
Oh, there it goes.
I can't see because commercials.
Oh,
Cool, they do
commercial.
like a little jump.
Yeah.
A commercial?
I'm just loading up Twitch now, so it's the intro commercial.
Cool. And then we're just waiting on quick. And now I get to see who's in the call. And if someone dips out, I know because their picture's disappeared.
Oh. I can't go AFK barn super secretly anymore.
No. Nice. Super nice.
Oh.
Yeah. Alright. Thank you, AJ, for giving me the final kick up the arse to actually go and actually sort that out.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second.
No worries.
BRB real quick.
No,
Okay.
no rush. Still waiting on Quithus anyway. Because I can tell because it's not in the chat.
Oh.
Ha
Uh-huh.
So, how is everyone?
Good.
It's okay.
I mean, I could be playing Horizon, but I'm alright.
Hey, look, I know.
I just unlocked like the power cell armor too, so I'm like,
Yeah, that's so overpowered.
yeah. I don't know because I haven't done anything in it yet. I got done with Gaia and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get that armor and then I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna be a responsible adult so I can play D&D like a fucking child. Weep!
It's alright. You'll have all weekend.
No, I don't.
Oh
I'm
no!
busy.
Oh no!
That's funny. We had our work Christmas party today, which was for like is it at the hotel where I work? So like it's in the banquet hall, but it's kitchen is cooking it, banquet is running it, and then it's housekeeping, sales, front of desk, yada yada. They're all just attending. So like, oh, we're gonna do our office Christmas party. We're gonna just eat and have fun and blah blah blah. And we're all just kind of like, and our hallway where we hang out is outside the kitchen, so we are like on top of the kitchen. So both
I'm back.
banquet staff and kitchen staff are like sitting there pausing, like, wait, it's an event in our hall, right? Yep. Using our buffet setup. Yep. And our kitchen is cooking the food. Yep. That means we're working the event, not attending the event, right? Well, you're attending, but you're on the clock, so you mean we're working. Got it.
Yeah.
And then we get in there. The problem is, out of our staff, we had 2 people on vacation, 1 person sick, 1 person packing for a trip, and 1 person said, "Screw you guys, I'm going fishing with my dad."
Because apparently it was a voluntary event, even though Banquet was working it.
Yeah, so we went from, instead of having 8 people on staff, to 3. So yeah, a lot of running around.
Yeah.
And then they last minute decided, oh, we can do a +1. So I was like planning on playing my game all day today, and then I was like, I guess I'm going to a Christmas party. Okay, fine. I'll be.
Oh my god,
social.
I've got to go socialise. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Grab your bag, we're going on an adventure.
I will say
I
what
don't need social. I need answers.
what was hilarious about you joining in there, Quithers, is Mario popped up on the screen very briefly.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a little Mario in the bottom left-hand corner went, woohoo!
Oh, because it does our Discord pictures first.
Yeah, and then it flipped over to the one that I've changed it to.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm not home.
Oh,
I'm still technically working right now. So
Oh, okay.
this is the first time I've been able to even look at my phone since 9 o'clock this morning.
fair enough.
I will be home in soon. So just wanted to say something to y'all.
Okay,
sorry.
okay. No worries.
We love you.
I like the home
Home
in
in
soon.
soon.
Home
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah. So I mean,
Reassuring.
ET8
yeah,
soon.
we'll see.
Well, your
Yeah,
phone
hopefully
sounds
like
majestic.
no more than an hour. Hopefully.
Yeah, I must admit your phone quality, mic, is actually really good.
Yeah.
Is it better than my desktop?
Somewhat.
Just slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't know. Different vibe. Different vibe, I guess.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. Well, I think it would also be nice if I had like an arm for my mic and it was closer to my face, but that's neither here nor there. So I'll let you guys go. Thanks.
Love you.
Love you.
I'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Yeah. All right.
It just
Oh.
sounds good because he's got it literally like right up to his mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as we don't know what soon means, I think we'll probably just better start and he can jump in when it's ready.
Home in soon.
Home in soon.
One moment. One moment.
Oh, what?
Oh.
Oh. Music by any chance? There. Yes. I've changed my audio settings as well to hopefully try and pick up the audio a little bit more.
Immersion.
On stream, yeah. I'm hoping that it kind of picks up from now on. But we'll see. We'll see how things go. Right, so if we're all ready, we may as well jump in.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, recapping. Within your tiny hut in Carline's Grove, both coming to terms with the deals you'd made with her and the situation you were all in, you decided to sleep on what had transpired, mainly so you'd be better prepared for helping the Fae in destroying Lolth's crown, once a few of you had sobered up. During the night, Boblin underwent a quick lesson of his newly acquired powers under Caroline's watch. Lilith also helped the Archfey construct and decorate a small practice stage, so that you had somewhere to prepare for the upcoming Battle of the Bands. The night, as promised from Caroline, went without any issue, and as the new day rolled in, Caroline was sat at the table in front of her cabin waiting to lead you all to the site where the destruction of the crown was to commence. As Caroline explained, an item of great divine magical power, such as the crown, the items like these tend to have their own defences in place to prevent their deconstruction. The magic within the item would have to be disenchanted. Something Caroline could do but would require her concentration, leaving the rest of you available to stop anything that may show up from halting the ritual. Boblin was decided to be the one to throw the crown into the black tar pit, and as the ritual began, he opened the box containing the crown, and legions of small black spiders tried to drag the crown out from within and away to safety, but with a helping, guiding mage hand, the crown landed within the black ooze, sending out tiny screams of the small spiders as they boiled away. After mere moments, the true power of the crown's defences presented itself. A gargantuan spider with armour-plated carapace burst from the pit and began to attack, leading you all to spring into action, heeding the words of Coraline to not hold back and give it everything you had. The more the giant spider took damage, the more it went into a frenzied state. The areas of its body where the armour began to crack started to emit green poisonous fumes from its centre, causing severe damage to those in proximity. Nevertheless, the beast was slain, and as promised, Coraline completed the disenchantment ritual, and Lol's crown was destroyed, with her mood lifting incredibly as she exclaimed, "I'm free." As promised, upon your return to the Grove, Coraline began to answer the 5 questions you had been promised, with a few extras thrown in via a couple of other side deals. It was through these answers she provided you that you discovered that a number of the old gods, who have been missing for thousands of years, are actually still in the material plane. The giant moon Celestia was built from the body of a former goddess, with the intent of barricading a hole into another plane of existence. Celestia herself, be it from the combined presence of all the gods within her, or from the sheer power of faith from the mortals bestowed below, they indeed have become their own divine presence in their own right, separate from that of the old ones. Most worrying of all of her answers, however, was that the actual physical structure the gods had crafted to block the returning betrayers is failing. Inevitably, one day soon the moon will break and the old ones, both good and bad, will return. It is the Fae's belief that even though the moon's destruction is inevitable, your group of random reprobates hold the key to life continuing past that point. Your choices will be what guides civilization into the future, and that is the reason she is keen on keeping you together. With the final bombshell dealt, Coraline vanished from the table with a snap of her fingers, claiming she had some old faces to go and see. So, with that, you were left to your own devices within Oak Grove to prepare, talk, and practice as you saw fit over the next 2 days. But starting from the moment where she left, is there anything anyone like to do?
As she vanishes, Dolder will kind of lean his head back and grumble. Probably should have asked if Celestia will survive the breaking of the moon. Oh well.
But if Celestia is the moon, and the moon breaks, and then Dion's face just kind of like stares off into space in confusion.
Dolder just puts his hands up in front of him, holding them like palms cupped like it's a ball, and just pulls them apart into like sprinkles, like something exploding.
And Dion goes,
Yeah. The last one didn't really survive, did it?
apparently not. Anybody else curious what those faces are that she's gonna go see?
Something tells me they will not be worth remembering.
Maybe.
Eh?
I mean, everything is worth remembering if it's a good song. Oh god,
Something
speaking of, I've got
tells
so
me.
much to plan!
I was going to say, at this point in the day, although it's hard to tell in the Feywild, given that you've only just woken up and kind of taken out the crown, you kind of gather you've been awake for about 5 to 6 hours, so judging from that, you'd be looking at around midday-ish at this point.
Already so worn out.
Nothing like a morning workout.
Yeah,
Hmm.
start the day strong.
start the day with coffee, I will remember to push this bloody push to talk.
You can do it.
We're not ignoring you, I promise.
No, I just realized that I didn't push it for like the first sentence, and I was like, I'm not flashing, and I was like, oh.
Hey, Garble.
Mm-hmm.
I know we had a mystic in our village that had some capabilities, but are you able to send telepathic messages to people no matter where they are?
We can name my fireball into a telepathic message if that's what you like, but sending some actual words? Nah, not yet.
Ah, damn. Okay.
At that, Dion will perk up from their journal and be like, "Oh, I can do that."
Oh shit. Awesome.
Oh, shit, dude.
Oh shit, dude. Not right now. I'd have to prepare it, but
No worries. Yeah, I'd like to do something before long.
Odds are
Send a
you'll
message to my father.
probably see both Dulder and Quithus kind of just like do 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 do. OC, both the clerics also have access to sending.
Oh,
yeah. Weirdly enough, the bard and the cleric spell tree are very similar.
Yeah.
Cleric of booty.
In fact,
But yeah, I can prepare it for tomorrow or next time we take a long rest.
Yeah, basically, if it's flashy, I can do it. If it's useful, I can't do it.
I do
Got it.
useful, and I raise my hand.
you can't do it or you won't do it.
That's the same thing.
I don't know. I consider burnt to a crisp enemies pretty useful.
Yeah.
That's true. It depends on where they're useful, I guess. I'm very useful outside of combat. In combat.
I seem to remember you killing something by insulting it, so I think you're safe.
Touche.
So how do we save your village?
I'm still coming up with that plan, but first we need to do auditions.
Key up, trademark, blank face.
Auditions. You show me what you're made of.
Show me what you got.
Show me what you can do. In a musical sense, not like a priesty or fightery sense. Or maybe
That rules me out.
I mean, I'm not gonna rule anything out just yet. We'll see. Everything might have its use in some way. And
can mutter
Dion is
and
like
grumble in a rhythmic
furiously
fashion.
scribbling.
I mean, you're quite good at like hitting things. Like, could you like bang like a drum?
I mean, potentially, I suppose. Not in a rhythmic fashion, maybe? I don't know.
Well, that's what practice is for. You said we've got
Indeed.
2 days, right?
That's plenty of time.
Yeah.
My dad tried to make me play a pan flute once. I think it lasted about 5 minutes.
How
This
big
was-
was that pan flute? And I pull
It
out
was
my
when I
pan
was
flute
younger.
that like fits in my pocket. I'm like, Jesus! And I hold it up to his hands. Oh my god!
Regardless of what you think, I wasn't always this size.
You weren't?
He was even bigger.
Crazy.
Oh my god.
He was
Crazy.
a baby.
Though I do think these runes are making these effects last longer. Just feels like every time I do it, seems to be a tiny bit longer.
Giggity.
Wink.
Just like an in-character giggity, but whatever like
Ugh.
D&D appropriate giggity would be.
Yeah.
Well,
Bleeded
there's
it.
the face.
Bleedity.
Bleededy.
Goat noises intensifies.
Oh. So,
Well, Azrin lists off everything he can do and gives the ideas to Dion.
And as you start listening, I'm like, no, we got to do this properly. And Dion will get up and like change their outfit to something like more directorly and like fancy, and bring like the big chair over to the front of stage and sit in it. You got to get on stage and show me what you can do.
Don't forget that it's blue.
oh
You
yeah,
normally say.
Oh yeah,
the
it's
stage.
And don't forget it's blue.
It's a
I'm
blue
basically like
stage.
trying to imagine an old timey director's outfit, but like D&D style in blue.
You need the director's cap.
Yeah.
And a voice, like a mouth cone to amplify your voice.
Yeah, literally. Is there like a big leaf or something that I can kind of just like twirl into a cone?
Make an investigation check.
Oh boy. That'll be a dirty 20.
Yeah, I'd say in the little kind of like swamp pool at the south of the grove, you'd be able to find like a lily pad that you'd be able to curl up and.
Good. I pick it up and I kind of like shake all the water off it. And then like twirl it into a cone shape and I yell, "Everybody to stage!"
As you're doing that, Boblin's just going to make a break for Caroline's cabin and try and go inside.
Everybody to stage!
I'm
I grab him by his collar.
Wait, I need something.
Manners.
If he needs something, let him get something. But he's not running away from this.
She's the new gaffer, you know. She's the new boss. I'm only going to
Doesn't
borrow.
mean you can break into her house.
But the door's open, and it just kind of pokes it in and goes.
It's not breaking and entering if it's not locked, right? I guess?
Exactly. Besides, I only need a dish.
And then
Alright.
Dion will mutter under their breath, because somebody here knows all about stealing.
Azrin just waits to see if there's any kind of like magical effect on the house.
Make a perception check.
Oh boy. 18.
Oh, that's pretty good. Doesn't seem to be. He kind of walks in. You kind of keep a very close eye on him as he through the doorway as he kind of walks in. He just kind of grabs like one of the trays that was kind of holding all the food from the other day. Just kind of throws all the scraps off it and just comes back out again with this like metal like dining tray. Perfect. Got it. Well, don't all rush at once. And he kind of heads over to the stage.
I follow. Come on, guys. This battle of the bands isn't gonna plan itself.
Seeing that there's not quite a lot of enthusiasm, he's just going to summon his big massive stone club in his hand and just start smashing it against the metal tray. Stage now!
All right.
I pat him on the head. Thank you, assistant director.
You're so kind.
I'm just gonna be like, are we really doing it like this?
Dion's face is the most serious you've ever seen it. Absolutely.
No offense.
So, like, are we just going to, like, give, like, a rough kind of, like, show and tell kind of a thing what we can do?
Kinda. Basically, if you have an instrument or you think you can play an instrument that I might have, and I'm like rummaging through my bags because I actually have a bunch of instruments on me somehow.
Walking band.
Yeah, basically, I am the band. So if you can play, cool. If not, fake it till you make it, and then we'll make something work. And then if you think you got something with some pizzazz, something neat, something cool that you can do, that might add some visual effects.
Are you saying this to the group, like, still at the table?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
The rest of you at the table looking at the stage turn and look at Dion, and there is a small 3-foot replica of Dion on stage holding the metal tray, just kind of mimicking what she's saying.
That's got my vote.
Something like this.
And I turn and look, and I'm just like, oh, and I go up close. I was like, it's perfect. It's beautiful.
I mean, I think I look a little better in green than blue, but you know.
We all have our own opinions, even if they're wrong.
Oof.
You can try in green. Go ahead in green.
He kind of closes his eyes and kind of almost looks like he's gonna like he's constipated, and then you watch as the kind of clothing on his body turns green.
Let us claps.
Much better.
You see Dion's eyes light up in almost like a, oh my god, he's right, but then denying that he's right.
I mean, it's very Feywild. Let's be real.
It's a good color. Oh, it's good.
Lilith's there, just like with her hands, doing the whole like, "You look great" kind of thing.
2 thumbs up. You look good. Yeah.
Too many life changes in one week for Dion. I'm just like turning around, taking notes. Like, why did I never think of green?
The journal's out.
Meanwhile, Ayara is still eating the food
Of course.
that was given.
Of course.
Classic.
Maybe stuffing a cupcake into her bag.
Yes. I'm gonna love the idea of what this bag of holding is actually like on the inside. Just mush,
So much food.
body parts and food all rattling around together. It's great.
Does food go bad if it's in a vacuum?
She's putting the food in a different bag than the bag of holding.
To a degree. You need a bag of colding, I think, in order to keep perishables fresh.
Holding.
Is that a thing?
It was a critical role.
It better not
That
be a thing,
sounds
because
like
that sounds
homebrew
like
shit.
some homebrew fucking, here's
Maybe.
a portable fridge.
Let
Here's a cooler bag.
uh,
Here's your Yeti case.
there's a lot of bags.
Sure,
Bag of
sure there's
tricks.
things of enchanted to
Yeah.
make a cold environment.
It probably was
Oh,
a
sure.
homebrew thing. Bag of holding, bag of tricks, bag of devouring, bag of beans, bag of nails, bag of bounty.
It's more so the bag of colding. I was like,
Yeah.
Beans.
Bag of beans. I wanted a bag of holding, but all I got was these beans.
Me and the boy at 3 a.m. looking for brains.
Yeah.
Oh, see, Ram, I just noticed that Nep's picture disappeared too.
Oh, because
oh,
you're not talking.
yeah.
Oh no.
he's not talking. No,
Oh.
no. I'll fix.
Slowly, his tombstone is fading away.
I'll fix
You'll
it.
have to incorporate it into the picture, yeah.
Yeah, I'll fix it. But yeah, at this point, Boblin will just kind of crack his fingers and try and start to play some sort of melodic tune on the steel plate that he's kind of borrowed from Caroline's shack. Let's see.
Didn't they also give him the ivory flute to play, or did he give it back?
I think he gave it back.
Oh, okay.
It was just a practice kind of thing. But technically speaking, for some reason, looked at his character sheet and he does have a war gong, so
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm improvising.
that works.
Oh, yep.
OOC was the discussion about Rollin, I think that's his name, being needed alive for Coraline, was that spoken to the group or just to Dion?
That was just to Dion inside the hut.
Okay.
I think after I might be wrong. I think after last session's fight, I might have mentioned it, but I also might have just mentioned it during our powwow last week.
I will say, like, during these 2 days, you're all discussing, and you can share, if you wish, about the deals that you've undergone with Coraline in private. You're not prevented from discussing and sharing. It's down to personal preference on what you do with it. But
Heard.
him smashing the metal plate with a giant stone club, surprisingly, sounds fucking awful.
Wow, surprisingly.
With
That
a
Yeah,
British humor
shock.
coming out.
yes, with a 2 on the dice.
Dion kind
Somehow
of just
It's a total.
stumbles back.
It's a total of 8, but it's still a 2.
he's hitting a metal object that somehow manages to hit all the wrong notes.
Uh-huh. Like he's trying.
Get up,
He's.
got the Cotton Eye Joe.
I've been married a long time ago.
No.
But he's trying his best to do like a melodic beat, but it's just sounding like a lot of just smashing metal.
Bless his heart, he's trying.
He's trying.
Dion just kind of like stumbles back for a second. Is like, okay, yeah, that could be like a good distraction, or like to catch the other team, the other band off guard.
Oh, I didn't do good, did I?
No, but you can always get better. You got to keep practicing. Music is all about practice. I
Yeah.
practice all the time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Maybe can you make the club smaller? That might help. I don't know how like OOC. I don't know how big the club is in comparison to the plate. Like if he's
It's
literally
it's
just
like twice
smashing-
his size. It's like
Okay.
it's like he's having to like drag it round on the floor. It's quite impressive that he's able to like lift it off the ground. But yeah, it's like dragging behind him, leaving like a big groove in the swamp as he's kind of walking around.
Oh yeah, so I'll be like, can you make the club smaller maybe? To hit the plate more accurately?
I mean, I've got to say it's the first time I've ever heard that sentence, but I shall certainly try.
Dion is trying to keep a straight face.
Mm. And he kind of makes it vanish from his hand. Focuses it again and summons it again. It's still the same size.
Oh.
No.
Then maybe you just need a bigger metal plate.
Or maybe I need a stick. And he just kind of disappears the stone club again and just goes looking for a stick that he can forage from the Feywild.
Or a stick. Would have been more fun with a big metal plate. Does it take him long to find a stick? Like, should we get somebody else up, or is he
I
just
mean-
real quick?
I mean, it took him a little time to climb down from the stage. It's a little bit tall for him. But if someone else wanted to jump up while he's looking for the perfect, smooth, edged stick, who's going next?
Garble raises himself up.
Oh, Garbo, what do you got?
Dance moves.
Going up with the suit and tie.
Dance moves. Wow.
Oh,
And I pull out my lute and I start playing a tune for him to start dancing to.
all right.
This is like one of the few moments where Garble actually leaves his like the suit jacket next to the stage. Not
The suit is coming off. Holy shit!
Dion's already seen that before with Gabby, so
Yeah.
it's not, you know.
Forgot about that.
All right. Describe your dance moves, I guess.
Well, it starts off as a tango sort of a deal. I'm using the if this is a little like Dion-esque figure still on the stage.
No, he climbed off to try and go and find a stick.
All right.
So
Then basically, I'll just imagine that I'm dancing with someone, or like even inviting anyone from down there to just come up and be my dance partner for a while.
I just picture any Jamiroquai video.
Dion takes a break from the lute and yells into their lily pad cone, "We need a dancing partner, stat!"
I'd say Ayara would be down for that. I'd say Ayara would get up on stage.
She can't defend herself, sure.
Can't say no. haha.
I mean, I don't see why she wouldn't. I mean, it's down her alley, I think.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah. You got
So-
To
Oh,
be
yeah.
fair, I was thinking it too.
We were all thinking it.
But yeah, Garble does this sort of a tango-esque, Michael Jackson-esque type of deal of a movement.
Oh yeah, that famed bardic dancer. I remember him. Alright. I would say since AR is actually on the stage with you and being a guide, you can roll a performance check with advantage.
That'll be a dirty 20.
Pretty good.
Dion just kind of looks approvingly like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
So he does actually have some moves.
Into the lily pad again. Garble's got some moves.
Yeah, and by just waving my hands, I'm trying to use like some of the smaller things to just make it like sparkles and small little flares just pop up here and there.
Yeah, you could absolutely do
Flashy.
that. Flashy, flash.
Dion's finding it hard to concentrate on what's going on and playing the lute at the same time. But is impressed.
Yes.
So you got dance moves and you got sparklers and what about like do you have bigger like
Did you
We'd have
really?
to ask Gabby about that.
Did you really just go to Gobble?
Yeah, I just went with like the hand motion where it goes
I mean, I don't think the people around us would appreciate me going, but I can sing. Is that enough for you?
I mean singing is pretty backup singers are always good.
That could be arranged. I guess I have some magic that makes me become several backup singers, dancers.
Ooh. A whole ensemble.
Ooh, and then like you look over at Boblin, who's now found something that a little bit smaller that he can bang. Didn't you also like in the big spider fight? Didn't you like teleport someone, if I can remember correctly? Couldn't you like make like a really like grand entrance, or like maybe like we all kind of get on stage and set up, and then like for the big finale and like big reveal, like you teleport Dion to the stage?
That could be done. I could also make others things appear that maybe aren't really there, and basically all types of flashy things.
What if there's like a pseudo explosion on the stage and smoke, and then I appear in it and it's
That sounds pretty
Talking
cool.
explosions, that can be very much arranged.
well, okay, not like blow everybody in my town up explosions, but like OOC are like fireworks a thing in D&D, or like I guess they would just be called pyrotechnics because that's the spell.
Yeah, I think as well you could probably use minor illusion and stuff to make those kind of things. You could probably shoot a few magic missiles in the sky.
Oh, I could do that.
Yeah, like an illusion of an explosion, not like, kill half my town because they're elderly explosion.
What if about a few like Eldritch Blasts, and like AR starts kind of blasting a few Eldritch Blasts up into the sky? Pew pew.
Is that a thing where she does that and one of my fire bolts collides in the air? Would that create an effect?
I mean,
there's only one way to find out.
There's only one way to
Try
find out.
now.
Like, you'd have to time them both so they both collide at the exact same time.
You ready?
Held
3,
action.
2, 1.
So
Eldritch Blast.
Firebolt.
roll an attack.
Oh Lord,
Hey, that's pretty good.
Lord.
50.
Okay. Surprisingly, Ayara got 22.
I was gonna autopilot her.
Oh, sorry. By all means, roll. Please fuck it up.
20.
Damn it.
It's a 12 plus 8.
Yeah. So yeah, you managed to collide them both, and like with a combined Eldritch Blast and was it a Fireball? It manages to create this kind
Firebolt, not a fireball.
of firebolt. Sorry. yeah, there's like a nice kind of mix of two different colours kind of just exploding into the sky, almost like a firework.
Whoa. In my best AR impression.
I turn towards Dion. Is that enough for you?
That is so.
I do a grand bow and I go back to put on my suit jacket again.
Dion is clapping as Garble is descending off the stage.
Lilith, roll a perception check for me.
17 plus 8.
25. Holy shit! Yeah. Yeah. You kind of hear like a weird sound, like clapping over towards where Boblin is, and what looks at first him kind of slapping a stick into his hand, you realise is him just kind of slapping a snake into his hand.
I.
Oh, vey.
Is he like in the distance? Sorry.
He's like over towards the edge of the grove, and he's just kind of clapping and just kind of smacking this what he thinks is a stick against his hand. It's just this snake that's just like flopping over and over.
Okay. I run over, drop to my knees, and go, no, 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 and I just gently take the snake from him.
Okay.
Nice and calmly.
Okay.
We don't hurt snakes. And then I'm gonna reach into my bag and pull out the mushroom bell.
Okay. Okay.
And pass him that and go, try this.
As you take the snake, you realise that the snake is dead.
I was just about to ask if the snake was still alive or not.
No.
I was trying to go past it, so you didn't tell me it died.
No, you take the snake and it's just limp in your hand.
It is now a belt.
Yes.
I don't tell him that he's killed it.
He doesn't seem to care. He seems very oblivious and is just running off now, happily with this new bell that you've just given him.
Wasn't he like -3 intelligence or something like that?
Oh, Boblin.
I don't think it was that
No,
low.
no.
I've got Echo with me, haven't I?
Echo's
He's
around, yeah.
chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Yeah, so I'm gonna kind of like
Snake
show
is the neck.
Echo to kind of ask him to dig a hole so I can bury the poor snake.
Roll
That
that.
is what I want to do.
Roll an animal handling check.
Oh, 19 plus 5, so
Oh, fuck's sake.
24.
Yeah. Echo kind of like looks at you and starts digging a hole and is kind of eyeing up the snake, almost like licking his lips.
I
Well,
will
at least
find-
Echo knows where it is for later.
Yeah.
I will find you something better than a snake. As I promised him.
Yeah. And he speaks to you. And
Better.
he speaks to you in Sylvan. Please, no more fruit.
I don't always give him fruit. I have a kind of question quickly.
Mhm.
I think I'm missing something from my inventory that has disappeared.
Oh, which is?
It was like a bottle of fog. It gone.
Oh.
It gone. Do you know my like
A bottle of
fog?
what?
Are you sure?
Fog.
I thought I saw it there. Not.
Bottle
Not.
of fog.
It's not there now.
Oh, weird.
Because I was gonna suggest it, but like I can't find it in my inventory. It's gone.
Hmm.
Oh,
Strange.
the ever smoking bottle. It's because it's under equipment, not inventory, not backpack.
It's
If
not
you look-
there. It's
Oh,
not
no,
there
it's-
online.
It is there.
It is.
Yeah.
For us, at least, it's under your bracelet of disguise.
Yeah, it's a green item.
Oh,
Ever smoking
It
bottle.
goes bracelet disguise, medallion of thoughts.
That's weird.
Hmm.
Is it? No, it shouldn't just. It shouldn't be because you used it. It wouldn't disappear.
No.
That's really weird because I'm definitely seeing it.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Try and refresh your page.
The nip strikes again.
You just hear a small little halfling chuckle.
That's why his picture is gone from the tombstone. He is alive and among us.
You all discover that you're all missing an item.
Oh God, no!
It is.
It is crashed.
It's crashed.
Oh.
Ah.
It's too cold in the UK. Everything's
Yeah,
crashing.
fucking dumb right.
Is this the early 2000s? Because that's so crash.
It has frozen.
Oof.
Let me sign out and go back in nonsense.
It is there anyway, so I won't worry about it. It's showing up for the rest of us.
It did this before. Do you remember? A while
Mm.
ago. Doesn't like me.
It's like the TV remote.
Shut up.
Something inside joke.
No. It's like the TV remote. You try and change the channel, and it's like, where's the fucking TV remote?
Mm.
And it's always on the fucking armchair, and you're like, where the fuck?
Yeah.
It wasn't there when I looked a second ago.
Oh, my whole list is back. It turns out I was missing a few things.
Oh, there you go.
Huh.
There we go.
Congratulations.
I'm back in.
You did it.
Look, it's minus like 4 in my room right now. My computer
Hey,
can handle
it's-
stuff.
It should run better in the
It's
cold.
freezing the entirety of the internet. It's so fucking cold.
Don't you have a heater or a radiator?
Yeah, I've got a heater in front of me. I'm surprised you can't hear it. It's like it sounds like a leaf blower.
No, you're good.
No, actually, your noise canceling must be pretty good then, because I can't hear it.
Yeah, so I give Finn the bell, and I bury the snake, and I promise Echo something.
Okay. He's still eyeing up the spot as you kind of fill in the hole, but he leaves it be.
I'm gonna turn to Ayara because if she's got a bag of food, I'm gonna ask to rummage in the bag if there is any meat in there, or is there still food on the table actually?
There is still food, but it's been there for a number of hours now since you had kind of breakfast and then headed off to break the crown and then you're back again. So it's been sitting there for a while, but might be good enough for a fox.
Foxes
Is
are
there any-
scavengers, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any meat?
Uh,
on the table?
Yeah, and that hole in the ground.
There are a few things that look more used to be living kind of style than the cupcakes and stuff that are kind of adorned across the place.
Okay, I'm gonna find the biggest bit of meat that I can find,
Mm-hmm.
Giggity.
and
We all gotta roll for that one.
This session, Jesus.
and give it to Echo,
All right.
and give him a bit of scratch on you.
I would say as you're doing this as well, you haven't noticed that Quithus has kind of gotten up towards the stage, and weirdly he pulls out a very strange looking instrument. Almost looks like a weird lute, and he kind of lays it across his lap, and he just starts to kind of pluck the strings.
Iana's looking very intently like,
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly not entirely skilled with it, but it's got like the beginnings of something with a little bit more practice. You notice this instrument's a dulcimer.
I just watch him play and I'm taking notes on how to help him better his play.
Yeah, you could tell that he probably had like lessons as a child, but never really continued it on. He's playing very basic notes.
We can work with basic.
I mean, that's all I got.
Well, that's good. I clap. Dulcimers are cool. They go very well with lutes. Sounds like a lap lute.
I mean, worst case scenario, I could maybe try and change my spiritual weapon to resemble a magical instrument.
What about a tambourine?
He kind of lifts his hand, and his hand starts to kind of glow a little bit, and he starts to kind of form the what you normally see is the large hammer of Bahamut, and it just kind of slowly starts to kind of shrink and change into a circular kind of disc and changes into a small little handheld tambourine. Like this?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Ah, there you go. There he
Yay!
is.
That timing though.
That timing, though.
You just played your dulcimer for us very
Yeah.
nicely.
I was listening. I just couldn't get to the
Okay.
computer until just now. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. It was beautiful. If I do say so myself.
Yeah. You rolled a 10, so it was like bang down the middle.
Well, just saying, I would have used guidance and borrowed knowledge.
Well, you also have that at your disposal, yes?
As Quithus changes his holy weapon, you can just see on the bench see Dolder is kind of like curl a lip. It's the fucking look of sheer disgust.
And like Dion whips around, is like, "You guys can do that?"
Dolder
can
just
take the
looks
form
at
of any
Dion
item.
plainly and goes, "No."
I'm hearing two very different answers, guys.
There's a difference
Okay.
between ability and will.
That. And I just reassure Dolder, don't worry, I'm not gonna make you change your Hammer of Morden into another tambourine or shaky maraca or something.
You couldn't make me.
Dion just kind of turns around with a little bit of a smirk, like, oh, okay.
Bet.
Fanfics will be written.
Wiggling some fingers here at OOC using Thaumaturgy being cast basically every 6 seconds. We're having an up to 3 because Thaumaturgy can stack up to 3 times.
Mhm.
Dollar will start speaking, and as he speaks, like his voice will progress. Even though he doesn't raise his voice, the volume booms at the end of the sentence with him starting to go, "I do not sing, I do not dance, but I am a trained orator." And like when he hits the orator, it is like loud. And at the end of it, there is a sound in the background that's basically like right on the border between is that thunder or thunderous applause in the background.
Mm.
And after which, are the torches lit by the stage?
Yes.
Yes, they start shimmering in blue instead. A mix of blue and silver.
Oh, I got my lightning breath that can help with that too.
That's how you convert people, I see, and I'm just taking notes. It's very good.
As you're kind of sat on the stage, Quithus, like Boblin's kind of climbed back up again, still disguised as a little tiny miniature Dion. And as the rest of you kind of watch as he just kind of disappears behind like Quithus's like large kind of armored body and comes back out again and sits next to Quithus. He's now a little miniature Quithus.
Well, hello, little friend.
Well, hello.
You know, I'm not mad at this.
I hope not. I wouldn't like to offend.
Green armor.
It does seem to be a green variation of the armor that Quithus is wearing, yes.
Are you joking?
What's up?
Sorry, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Sounded very not good.
Yeah,
You think it's the alarm at her work, maybe?
maybe.
Or her heater just died.
Oh, that'd be even worse. That'd be awful.
Yeah, that'd be really bad.
Oh.
I'm not
Or
gonna
the dog
survive the
poop.
night. It's gonna be a fucking I was like, or the dog took a shit on the floor.
Yeah.
Place your bets. So who's next for the
Well, does Boblin want to, continue his turn and see if he can?
can do better?
Yeah. As Boblin gets up on stage, Dion remembers like, oh, hold on, and they grab in their bag, and from like 1 billion years ago, I still have the wooden stakes from like the
Okay.
vampire lair,
Okay,
and
yeah,
I hand
yeah.
them one because it's smaller than a club, and I was like, try this on the thing, on the gong. on the tray.
This looks a little bit more manageable.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's kind of looking around at the stage and maybe if I hang it up as well, and you watch as he just starts to kind of just walk up towards the back of the stage and then almost like walk up vertically along the edge of the stage, like gravity isn't affecting him, and just kind of sits up on top of the actual kind of raised plinth behind it. Right. Ooh. And with that, with the help of a smaller instrument, he did roll a 23.
Ooh.
So that's a huge leap forward.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So it seemed to work, having a smaller instrument to bash his silver plate with. Seemed to make quite effect, and yeah, it sounds pretty good. Nice little bit of an addition to a crescendo.
Down from the ground, I'm like, much better.
Thank you.
Dolder's just sitting there slightly concerned with the lack of gravity.
Well, I figured that since we kind of fought a spider, I might like try and like climb a wall like a spider.
You could just will that. I can't. What?
Oh no, I can't just will it. I mean, that's the last time I could do it today.
Ah, I see.
Speaking of which,
OC, because I don't think we've ever seen Ayara use it. So
I don't think she's ever used it now.
no, I don't think so.
She used it once, I think, but then she got rid of it.
No.
Oh.
Well, she hasn't prepped it since.
Yeah. We need our damage people doing damage, not climbing walls.
You can't forget the Eldritch Blasts.
Well, I'm looking at some of her stuff that she's never used. I'm like, oh,
yeah, oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Welcome to my world, going through like everybody's available spell list. I'm like, what? It's crazy.
All this cool shit.
Right? It's only cool in certain situations.
Exactly. And this is a situation you can certainly explore and be creative with.
Mm-hmm.
So who we got left for the auditions?
Well,
Azrin sighs and starts to make his way towards the stage.
Well, you got it. And he starts kind of bash the metal plate again. Dish, 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 dish.
Dion was saying to the lily pad, don't seem so upset about it. It's only my village at stake.
Someone say steak, and I point to Boblin with hand holding two steaks. Azrin takes out the set of wooden teeth he got from the carnival, and he starts like snapping them like castanets.
Nice.
Okay.
It's all I got for instruments.
Now, are they small, like the little symbol ones? Because you're a dragonborn holding a set of normal-sized teeth.
I'm not that big, am
You're
I?
big.
I'd say you're quite tall. You're about 7 foot tall, maybe 8 foot.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't put it in my description, but that sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like Shaq.
Yeah, give Shaq dentures and see how that looks.
Yeah.
See if you can't put him on the end of his
Sounds
finger.
blindly fucking terrifying.
Them little weird kind of like vampire teeth you see at Halloween.
Yeah.
Just clacking them together.
Also, I pointing to the blue flames that Dulder made. I was like, I can only do this once, but then I, at a angle upward, I shoot out my breath lightning.
Right.
I also have the javelin that can be lightning, but I have to target something. Like I have to aim at something.
I mean, you don't have to aim at someone. You could aim at something.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I know. Like, you don't have to hurt anyone with it. Like, you could just, like, what if you used it as, like, and, like, Boblin's, like, trying to, like, look over the side of the stage and just kind of takes a deep breath and jumps off. Like, what if you stab it into the stage and then we use that lily pad thing to use, like curl it around the top, and then Doda can use the amplify noise turny uppy, and it'll be like amplifying what's on the stage.
I can do that with my breath weapon, but the javelin, without really knowing how it works, I just know when I throw it, it's lightning until it hits something. So,
Don't want to burn the stage, right?
right.
Right.
Was it burn the stage?
No.
Could we burn their stage?
No, we have to. Okay. From what I've heard, rule numero uno, number one, don't hurt the other band or anybody in the crowd. Don't hurt people. So we can try to mess with them, but like we gotta be subtle about it. We gotta be sneaky about it. You know what I mean? I'm looking at Boblin like,
Oh.
you know what I mean?
No.
Oh.
No boo-boos.
Yeah, no boo-boos.
No boo-boos.
Sneaky.
Speaking of sneaky, I've been studying these runes I use, and I have some extra effects I could do for espionage.
Oh, do tell. And Dion holds up their journal, ready to write.
Well, I can activate this one, and he points to one like on his shoulder pad. And he's like, if they're not that smart, for the lack of a better term, I can charm them for like a minute, and they can just not move.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then I have this one that it's kind of like almost like time warpy. It just makes them mess up a little bit for a minute as well. I think I used that one with the spider, and when my eyes went all glowy.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Thanks,
Oh,
man.
see, I don't know if Dion would have seen that in between not getting hit by a spider, but I will just nod my head because I've seen it before. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Adrian is kind of curious if Boblin has turned into a little mini him yet.
Make a perception check.
Oh God, he's standing right in front of me. That's an 8.
I mean, he is standing right next to you. You kind of turn around to begin with, and he's kind of not behind you, and then you spin back around again, and he's just kind of rubbing his chin in front of you. It's just like this small 3-foot tall dragonborn. Just yes.
Dion's face is like literally in their journal, and they're like, "I love this so much. It's so cute."
Anything else? I can provide muscle. Maybe some scare tactics. I don't know.
Big, scary dragonborn. Yes.
No, you say we're not allowed to harm them, but how far before competition does this rule take effect?
I don't know. Oh, see, would I know, like, because I know Tally kind of went over some of the rules of engagement, but I'm not sure, like,
Yeah.
if she got that specific.
Generally,
Like, if we have access to the stages beforehand.
You don't know that. Generally, from what you understood, it was basically as long as no damage or harm comes to them, it was basically a no holds barred. Pardon the pun.
I'm bored.
I said pardon the pun.
No holding bards. Got it.
No. Yeah, I pardon it, but I still laugh.
But yeah.
Dolder's question was more so the like, well, say, we were there the day before the actual Battle of the Bands kind of a thing. Is that protection still in play kind of a thing?
You would assume that if any of their band members came to any harm, that people within the village would probably start to disappear. If they thought anything was untoward.
So I will basically, like, relay that.
Further to that, I would also add that the loot that was stolen, since it had been taken for such a long time, the attunement that Roland had to it has been lost. So in order for one of them to gain full control of it, one of them has to beat the other in a musical performance. Which is what he's looking for.
That's the battle of the bands.
Thus, the Battle of the Bands. It's all a setup.
Mm-hmm.
But you can imagine that they've probably been preparing for some time, because from what she was saying, that they've been in the Scholar Vale for months now.
Yeah, and spying on us.
Mm.
Hope he likes what he saw, creep.
He could have been watching the threesome in the Hammer and Tongs.
Could have been. Could have been watching me with Landon. Could have been.
Could have been.
Could have been. Probably was. Fucking creep. He owes me money for a show.
You owe him a loot.
No, I listen. Rules of engagement, fair and squares.
Feywild, it's
Why
free
does he
real
think you
estate.
stole it?
Because he's a human. He doesn't understand the nuances of the Feywild.
Fair. Because I certainly don't.
As a non-Feywildian, the second you step through the portal, you sign a weird, non-existent, but very binding contract that you're probably going to get fucked with. Something's probably going to get taken. Your memories are probably going to be woo. You might end up being in the Cult of Horns. You don't know.
Whoa.
You mean
I'm gonna lose my memory?
Well, no.
You
I never
mean
agreed
like
to this.
your village was taken?
Okay,
Joining the cult of Rollin?
Um,
Rules of engagement.
Dion just goes very quiet.
The thing with the veil being taken is if the little gnome bard was telling the truth, and they have been getting help from the Queen of Air and Darkness, the Scholar Vale has always been a neutral party within the Feywild, and if one has taken control of the Scholar Vale, that is pushing past the rules.
Oh no, Dulder is just fucking with Dion.
Yeah.
I know. But I will go into, like,
A
Dion
rant
will get
of-
quiet and then go on a political rant of how the Scholar Vale is neutral. It's always neutral. Nobody fucks with us because we're neutral. This guy comes in, I lost my loot. I'm upset about it. I'm gonna go to the fucking Queen of Air and Darkness. Are you kidding me right now? And take over a whole village? That's wrong. He's a dick.
Dulder just kind of look
Makes-
around at the bog we're in. Yes, because going to higher powers than the Feywild is such a bad move.
Makes sense to me.
As you say that, Dulder, roll a either investigation or persuasion, investigation or perception check.
Investigation or perception, okay.
Welcome back. You're muted.
That is a 19.
19, pretty
Hello.
good. Hello.
Sorry.
You alright?
Welcome back.
No, I'm not okay.
Oh,
I don't know what happened.
One of my staff members decided to text, the gate won't close, and then just drove off, leaving it fully wide open.
oh,
So I just had to go down there, and I'm not fucking happy.
in the freezing
And
cold.
They, one, that, and two, they've just broken the rules, so they'll be getting a lovely little talking to this week.
Oof.
That's some high intelligence rolls there on that part of their
Right.
coworker.
Yep.
We'll take some time to warm up by your space heater.
Yeah. Because it is cold out there.
What can I kill? I'm so mad. What can I kill?
That
There's
snake!
The one-
There's another snake!
I need a snake now.
Give him the stick.
Ec-
Don't give him the stick.
Echo,
Well,
Echo,
while
Echo's just
Lilith has
digging.
been zoning out, Echo has kind of been up to shit.
Yeah, Echo is burying out the snake after hearing that.
Oh,
Yeah, I get it. But with
I haven't missed my go, have I?
no,
No, you're
Okay,
good.
good.
we're still kind of going through it. But Dulder, with the investigation check that you did, as you're kind of saying, oh yes, and look around at the kind of bog, you start to notice that the bog, when you first arrived here, like it's very stark contrast from the rest of the Feywild that you'd seen so far. The colours are a lot more muted. It's a lot more dark and dingy. The green kind of flowing lights that are above in the sky, you start to kind of see them start to kind of swell and flicker a little bit, and you start to kind of see the colour from the trees start to just slowly start to saturate more. It's like various different kind of colours start to kind of come back into view in the bog around you. The grass seems to almost like start to kind of get its kind of blue coloration back from the kind of dark browns and blacks.
The area's healing, basically.
It seems so.
All this while Dion's ranting about why it's wrong to
Yeah.
fuck with the veil.
Yeah.
I guess AR is gonna be like, "Ooh, is it my turn?"
What's the year I got planned?
I have no fucking clue. She didn't tell me.
Wing it.
Like mid rant, that Dion will see AR again on the stage and be like, point to Dulder later.
She will. She already did her Eldritch Blast.
Fey presence.
Yeah. Hold on.
Going full Iron Maiden like Eddie on stage.
Would you consider Dissonant Whispers? Oh no, it's an attack. Never mind. I was gonna be like, can we add that like as backup vocals?
Not how it works, I'm afraid.
Never gonna
She hasn't
dance
changed
again.
her spells, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
She does cast the darkness spell on the stage, and then like pokes her head out and then back in, and it's like you can't see anything. And then she's trying to like think real quick, and then yeah, she'll do her once the darkness subsides, she'll do her Fey presence where she like morphs into the weird shape and then starts doing like a jig or something.
Yeah, very strange kind of female Jack Skeleton kind of figure start to kind of grow and arms crack up on the stage and start to do this weird dance. Weirdly, there's like almost like along with the shimmer in the sky and the Feywild around you, for a moment it doesn't look quite as frightening as normal. You start to kind of see kind of like, instead of like dark kind of drips of bog sludge kind of dripping from her, it almost looks like falling petals.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Is she changing too?
she looks a bit freaked out about it, so she doesn't quite realise what's going on.
Well, I thought I could scare some folks, but I don't know now.
Listen, leaves are still good. Half and half is interesting. Does Dion know if it's specifically where like light is hitting on her, or is it just kind of like a random spot?
It just seems to be like she was like trying to imbue the kind of Fey presence of like the normal's kind of terrifying self that she normally does. But something seems to be affecting where she can. As she kind of wonders what's going on, like she tries to shake her hand, and a few of the petals start to kind of turn back into bog muck again, and she's trying to her intent to frighten kind of comes through. It kind of just goes back to the way it normally is, but for that brief moment, it seemed to kind of have a different effect.
Are any of the petals like still on the stage?
A couple.
Or did okay. Dion runs up to the stage and like very like grabby at him, like I'm gonna grab him and I sniff one.
It does seem to be some sort of fey flower that has bloomed and dropped its petals here.
Ah.
That's the good shit.
AR will run around the stage. Does she continually drop petals?
No. When she said that she wants to kind of scare, it just goes back to the black sludge again. And it just seems to kind of, the weird kind of petal effect seems to vanish.
Oh, I just realized I could do this. I could also see through objects for about a minute.
What?
X-ray vision.
Yeah. Well, if it's a dark area.
Oh. Okay.
But I could see through solid walls.
Dion just kind of looks like,
Of course you can.
how long have you been seeing through solid walls?
The whole time, but I only choose to do it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
See, it's a ghostly gaze.
Yeah, I've just seen it
You
now.
can see through solid objects in 30 feet for 1 minute.
I see
So if you need me to be-
everything.
Team espionage, I can do that.
Dion will write this in their notes, but also write in notes, don't do anything around Ayara where there's only one solid object between.
Uh-huh.
I'm just imagining like in the inn at night, like it being in bed and like turning her, looking at the wall, and you see a pair of fucking glowing eyes shining through the fucking wall.
Like Ghostbusters 2.
OOC, other than that, she never changed her spells, so I don't
Yeah.
know what else she can do.
You can talk about extra kind of stuff that you can do outside of the
Yeah.
session when...
We already
Yeah.
did.
Well, yeah,
we've
so...
been doing it.
Yeah,
This-
got it.
This
yeah,
is the
yeah.
in-character reason
Yeah.
why Dion knows all this.
Yeah.
Oh, I can also, while I'm looking through walls, I can be invisible.
Does like
This
the
is
concern
Yeah, I would say the creepiness is starting to kind of dial up a little bit here.
Or
Calder is
even better,
definitely looking concerned.
I can make someone else invisible. Maybe that'll be better.
Okay, yeah, that could be useful.
Yeah, darkness, scariness, see through things, not be
Creepiness.
things. I'm good.
At this point, Boblin has kind of positioned himself under like her creepy self and is now turned into a little mini creepy Ayara. And there's these like weird kind of black kind of blog drips are coming down. He's almost like acting like he's like a marionette puppet of her underneath.
Oh wow. I imagine Samantha would be like, "Oh."
Yeah. I got no
That's
strings to hold me down.
Boblin's so goddamn wholesome. Protect at all costs.
Must protect.
DM note: kill at all cost.
No.
All right.
Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Was there anything else?
She curtsies and hops off the stage.
Alright. Lilith, did you want to go next?
I'll go next.
Dion will yell into their lily pad thing. Next.
Channel the rage.
Sorry,
Let the heavy metal out.
Sorry, she's just been texting me, and I've just got the sudden urge. I'm just ignoring it.
You're
and
fired.
I'm just mellowing.
Yeah.
Was also defrosting.
Yeah.
Oosa.
I heard
Oosa.
seething.
I was on the phone to my security, and he was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "No, I'm fine now." Had a
Bitch is
glass of
gonna
milk."
die tomorrow.
Just a bit. Yes,
Can
I would like to go next though.
Can you call landscaping and have them dig another 6x6 hole over by the sand pit?
Oh, it's if I bury her, no one will find her.
That's a bit creepy considering what happened there.
Mm.
Side note: don't piss off Soph.
We're like an entire ocean away. It's fine.
I don't discern that. I don't rely on that at all.
Flight tickets are a thing.
We're playing a game where teleportation's a
I
thing.
know,
Right?
I know who you are, and I will find you.
Liam Neeson. Leanna Neeson.
Lilith Neeson.
I've acquired a set of skills. I will find you, and I will bury you.
Oh. The disappearance of Boblin.
Considering I'm on like full rage, my audition, as you call it, is completely different.
Yeah. What are you doing? What,
Dion is gripping their seat like, oh.
what do you bring to the
Uh,
table?
Well, apart from my good looks and charisma, which I don't have, I'm going to pull out my flute.
Mhm.
And I'm going to play like one of my hometown lullabies.
Okay. Roll a performance check.
Thank you very much. Oh, come on, because this is a 0. Come on. Come on.
So
What'd you get?
Oh, that 20. And my performance is a 0 on modifier. So
Hey,
I'm...
even then, a nat 20 is a nat 20.
Oh, that could have gone so much worse.
The biggest surprise of everyone's audition is Lilith, who gets on stage and puts out one of the most beautiful melodies outside of Dion that you've ever heard.
So yeah, just kind of playing like this beautiful, quite like that, beautiful, like yeah, a beautiful flute, and just kind of like try and mesmerize everyone. You know, when like you hear a soulful lullaby, that's what I kind of want. I'm hoping for.
Gets the
Where
goosebumps
everyone's
going.
like, oh my god.
Dion will attempt to hide the like. I'm not crying. I'm just rubbing in my eye. Go ahead and roll your perception against that. Perception
Wow.
versus
I mean,
Okay.
healthy.
I mean, first off, if you're trying
Sleight
to
of
hide
hand.
it, slide a hand, yeah, to see if
Yeah.
it beats her passive.
22.
17 plus 8.
Yeah.
And even then, her passive is 23, so even then, it would have still beat
I
it.
know. You can't hide anything from her.
No. Lilith sees all.
Fucking eyeballs like.
We need to change her fox into a fucking eye.
Right.
Fucking big-eyed fucking creature sitting on her shoulder staring at shit.
He sees all, I see all. I was gonna say something, but it was. I was gonna say he's like my third eye.
Well, Dion will see that you saw them rubbing their eye and be like, "It's a bug. A bug is in my eyeball."
Lilith's just gonna be like, look at you, kind of like with a little bit of a smirk, while I just carry on playing my beautiful lullaby, and I just swaying as I play my song.
Azrin will start to slow clap.
Boblin joins in.
I just
Wait,
get-
is Boblin
this
a
as-
tiny Lilith now?
He was in the process of changing into a tiny Lilith, but he got so mesmerized he's like halfway through, so it's like a weird amalgamation between Lilith and Ayara, like weird, huge, long legs, and then just like Lilith's kind of top half. That was
Oh,
that was
a
beautiful.
Lilith mermaid.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Who's a mermaid? What did you say, mermaid?
Yeah, like a half and half. Okay,
Yeah.
a Lilith
Oh, I
centaur,
got you.
a Lilith.
I
a
thought I'd
Lilithman?
missed something. Like,
Oh, no.
Ayara turned into like a mermaid. I was like, wait, what? I know I was gone, but what happened?
Lilaria.
Yeah, so while I'm playing, I'm just gonna start like tapping my foot as you all are kind of like clapping in beats. I'm just following it through. And then as I just move my like flute away, I'm gonna start like humming and then do a little singing. Just a last chorus of the lullaby. I shall sing.
Okay.
Do I need to performance that because I'm doing something different?
I would say you can do, but roll at advantage since I'll let the natural 20 carry on.
18.
Yeah, so yeah, still pretty well continued on.
What did Boblin do with the bell while I was gone? Has he still like got it?
I still got it, yeah.
Cool. Is he any good with it? That's just a question.
I mean,
I don't think he tried it
he
yet.
never had a go.
Yeah.
He was just kind of happy that he'd just been given something. He was like giving Dobby a sock. He was just kind of
I was
happy
gonna
running
say
around.
Dobby was giving us some.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna like turn to Boblin, who's like kind of memorized, and kind of like sway, and kind of instruct him to like play the bell like with. I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to do. I'm doing it in my room. Like, I'm holding my feet, I'm like-
Unfortunately, we're not around a
on.
table.
And I'm just kind of like giving him the nod to try and like follow the beat with like the slow clapping and my foot.
Okay. I will give him advantage then for the help. Oh shit. Which is good because he rolled a 2 on the first one.
Goblin.
It would seem that the giant metal dish is more suited to his abilities because he just rolled a 2, and then I re-rolled again, and it was another 2.
Ah.
That's the third time you rolled a 2
Yeah.
on our poor little green
Hey,
boy's
look.
performances here.
It hurts because
Goblin's like level 1.
he's got
Okay,
he's got a
well-
+6 to his performance, which is an 8. But the fact that
Pretty good.
it is fucking pretty good.
Boblin's got some high charisma.
He do
That's why
have
we
some
love
high
him so
charisma.
much.
Of course he does. Look at him. Look at his half Lilith, half Boblin body.
It's like Donald ducking, but in a different way.
Yes, very much so.
Oh, God. Donald ducking, but in a concerning way.
Alright.
Dion is now just fully concerned about warlocks in general. Like, one shape shifts, the other can turn invisible and see through walls. Nothing is sacred.
There's only one person left.
Yeah. Boblin kind of comes back over and just kind of hands you the bell. I don't think it's my kind of instrument. I ain't gonna lie. I think I like the big crashy crashes more than the little tinkles.
Little tinkles.
Tinkle.
I just turned to him and said, "You tried," and then I just pop it back in my bag. And then before I go, I also motion that I have like the fog, which could be quite a good like screen.
It's gonna be full metal fucking performance. Gonna be fog
Yeah.
machines, fireworks,
Exactly.
pyrotechnics. Yeah, love it.
And I'm just
Really
gonna,
nice.
as I walk off just before I walk off stage, I'm going to turn and be like, and that is what I have to offer. Thank you.
Dion like gets up now fully, just like teary-eyed clapping like, oh, it was great.
Azrin quickly gathers some leaves on the ground and like throws them behind Lilith.
I do this like comic, sarcastic, but also kind of serious little bow, like I did good.
Yeah, walking off stage with the confetti.
Yeah.
Right.
You said one more, but I think technically Dolder went by doing
Yeah.
his like voice of God changing
Oh,
the
right.
colors of the fire. So
Thaumaturgy and stuff. Yeah.
that was his way of doing it, and the Dolder way of not being on stage.
Yeah.
He will not give Dion the satisfaction.
I do it on the day, kind of a
Yeah,
situation.
basically.
No.
Plus, the only way Dolder is going on stage is if he's having an actual sermon or a fucking theological lecture, and I don't think that's going to win a battle of the bands.
I mean, it might if it's really fucking
I
good.
don't know. Have you heard Christian rock? I
Yeah.
mean,
You could turn
Have
into
you
a
heard Creed?
Well, I must say it was more like a Creed thing. Either that, or if he does a theology sermon session long enough that the opposing band falls asleep, is that a win?
yes.
Yeah.
They can't perform.
if they
perform, I mean,
if they don't do anything, yeah.
That's what she said.
Or you could be like Sabaton, giving the big ballads of ancient battles past.
Yeah. Babe, do a sabaton.
Do a Sabaton.
Do a Sabaton.
Listen up, y'all. It's Sabaton.
Get out.
But with that, I would say that for the rest of the day, you're all just kind of practicing, trying to get to grips with the kind of roles and duties that you're kind of like trying to put together for each of yourselves. Eventually, after kind of using a few spell slots and a few abilities, people start to kind of tire and feel a little bit exhausted, and it starts to kind of wind down to the point where you probably want to get down for the evening. Unless there's anything else anyone wants to do during this first day.
Azrin will tend to the fire, even though he's not sure if it's a perpetual fire or not.
For the entire day, that fire's been burning strong. And
It takes him a couple minutes, but I
Yeah.
think he catches up
Yeah.
with his with his 11 intellect.
Yeah, and it's really strange as well because normally, like you see the fires, they're like a nice yellowy orange and red, but this is like a bright pink flame. It's a little bit weird. Echo's like just curled up next to it, enjoying the warmth.
I pet his head. Oh, is that normal here? I don't know.
He doesn't seem to.
He has a fully fledged personality and can speak.
He can speak in Sylvan.
Speaks in Sylvan, yeah, but another thing that
So three
Ashrana can
people
understand.
him.
You'll probably be the same as scratching behind Quiz's ears, probably.
He might like that though.
I do.
So as the night draws in, unless there's anything anyone else wants to do. Don't know if you want to get a tiny hut again, or if you're just going to be.
I can pop up a tiny hut if the vote says so, because I don't know, it'd feel weird crashing in Coraline's house.
Yeah, I ain't sleeping in there.
Okay, tiny hut it is, and just whoop,
Good talk.
get cozy, everybody.
Ayara peeks in the house without trying to be rude.
Okay. Roll a perception check for me with using Ayara's stats.
Which is great because it's a +0.
Yeah.
And I rolled an 18.
Nice. Ayara sees various different knickknacks and items, all kind of stuff that she does have no idea of what they are. But it just seems to be like all these shelves just adorned with different jars that contain different items and things. There's chests kind of laid out across the floor that look like they're gonna all containing various different items. She doesn't go in as such because she's just kind of looking through the doorway, but it just seems to be like a menagerie of different weird, strange items and ingredients that possibly are within.
OOC, when she was informed about the crown, was that something that she just did spontaneously, or was she told to look for that?
As Ayara, as your piloting, Ayara was told when you were at the table with Cass having the dinner that her eyes were kind of led towards the item on the shelf, and she heard the voice saying, "That's it, there."
That's right. I remember. Is anything doing that here?
Doesn't seem to be.
She frowns a little.
Q pouting.
Yeah.
Coraline pointing out stuff in her own house.
That's it. I've been looking for it everywhere.
Oh my god, you found my key!
I just needed your perspective.
The voice Ayara hears in her head is Notachi.
Having said that, yeah, Ayara does kind of get the voice, and she's kind of poking around on the inside, and the voice just kind of creeping, going, "Remember where curiosity got you last time?" And Ayara gets some flashbacks to jet black
Meow.
eyes.
She looks at Boblin and just gets disgruntled a little bit, then walks to the tiny hut. Because he just trotted in there and took something.
He's new shiny boy. He gets to do whatever.
He precious.
He precious.
I was sick and sleepy at the time, but is he like a warlock of himself now?
Yes, it seems that the magic that was the life that was fading from him has been halted, and he's now his full living self, and he seems to be having some sort of warlocky abilities, the same as Ayara, or similar to Ayara, not quite the same.
Same, but different.
Yeah, she's got some splaining to do because she's got Mask of Many Faces. So
She's got a lot of things that we literally have never seen her use.
I mean, it's no fault on her part, but
No, yeah, exactly.
now I'm super curious.
Yeah,
In her defense, I don't think she knows about half the things she has.
probably not.
Yeah.
So you know, like the guy in Game of Thrones, the guy that like had the red hair, but he could change his face. That guy, like that's what I imagine
Valamagulis.
Ayara, but also Eldritch Blast, like
Yeah.
creep, but with shooty blast.
Yeah, that's what Boblin's been using, Mask of Many Faces, disguise yourself at will.
I scored a drop. Sorry, I said that out loud.
Nice.
Nice.
But yeah, where are you placing the tiny hut? Same
I
place?
mean, like, kind of like close-ish to the fire. So like here-ish, like
Okay,
in the
okay.
middle of everything.
No worries.
So we get that glow from the fire, but we're like right in the middle.
Yeah, I think the tiny hut kind of gives off its own little light on the inside anyway.
Yeah, it does. But it's for cozy effect.
For the ambiance.
Ambiance.
Alright. Anyone doing watches, or are you trusting Caroline's
I'll do a
word?
watch because I'll be up writing notes, so I'll do a watch.
Okie dokie. You got first watch then, Dion. Anyone taking the second watch?
Quit the say
I'll
second
take it.
watch. Oh, whatever.
3 people.
All 3 of us.
I mean, you can.
Everybody doing second watch.
The boys.
The boys are on the second watch. Third
Sorry,
watch?
Rebel.
Say the third
And-
one.
Okay, and Lilith on the last one. Alright, sweet. Anyone want to achieve anything during your watches, or are you just kind of keeping an eye out and sitting there in silence watching the horizon?
I'm gonna be taking notes, but also kind of just staring out and, in general, reflecting on being in a bog that I thought was a terrible place to be in my whole life, and I'm like, it's not so bad.
Mm-hmm. Roll a perception check for me.
Okie dokie. Ooh, 23.
Nice. Strangely as well, inside the dome itself, as well as you're kind of lying kind of on the actual kind of, you've got your bedrolls out, but you start to kind of see the grass that starts to kind of grow up beside. It starts to kind of turn really kind of vibrant blue. And as you're kind of looking up into the sky at the flowing green lights that are at the aurora that are always kind of wafting across the lavender sky, they just seem to pulse brighter and brighter, as if, like I said, life seems to be being brought back into the Feywild and the bog itself.
Dion will switch to a different page in their notes and start jotting that down.
Mhm.
Inspiration in all forms. And then sniffing fucking flowery petals.
Getting your fix.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then going like, how the fuck did she do that? It's crazy.
AR is out for the count. She's snoring.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just like looking over at her like, how?
Those warlocks love their breaks.
Yeah.
Which, as well, Boblin is still in his disguised self form of like this weird kind of mix of Lilith and AR are just fast asleep.
I look at AR and go like, how did she do that? And then I look over at Boblin and go, ugh.
Alright. But with that perception, nothing else seems to kind of take place during your first watch. Which eventually comes to an end, and you wake up the boys.
The boys.
Three of the boys. Unless you want to wake up Garble as well, have a boys
Lads,
hour.
lads.
2 a.m. in the morning looking for beans.
I nudged Garble. Garble, you want to chill with us for a minute?
Oh,
Never mind.
fine, I'm up. What?
The boys.
The boys.
Boys. Okay, yeah.
What do the boys get up to during their watch?
Azrin will be sharpening his sword a bit away from everyone,
Mhm.
just so the noise doesn't wake anybody up.
Contemplating the change of this area.
Okay. Roll. Oh, it's fucking Feywild. I was gonna say, roll.
A lot of harumping going on there.
Everyone roll a nature check that's awake.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, you're contemplating change. Oh,
I know, but that's where I get my fucking nat 20.
oh. What?
I have a 5 plus 0, so I'm helping a lot.
Got a mighty 7.
I got a 17.
Well, I rolled a 20, so I get a 21.
Okay, there you go.
Nice.
You most of all start to kind of add the kind of the clues together that possibly this new change in the Feywild may have something to do with the fact that Coraline may now be free. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is still undecided, probably, in your opinion. But it does seem that at least in this neck of the woods, so to speak, that it seems to be having a positive effect on the actual landscape.
So,
Oh,
what do you
hopefully that
guys
helps.
what do you guys think actually of Coraline and her deals?
I'm still not sure.
She is an archfey. There is no simple answer to anything about her nature.
She's
That much is
promising,
certain.
yeah, she's promising protection for my people, but all she's asking in return is to protect Ayara, and I've already been doing that, so I'm not. I'm like, what's the catch?
The big
Sim-
thing. Go ahead.
There you go.
The thing with dealings with the Fae is that if it is a one-time thing or a item, usually the deals are very perilous. When it is an ongoing bargain, less so. The catch is that as soon as you fail, she will abandon your village in a heartbeat. If you do not protect Ayara, she will pull whatever protection she has and would probably give encouragement for things to find your village instead.
I have no qualms with protecting Ayara for the foreseeable future, but forgive me for insulting your abilities. But say if I fall, does that make our deal null and they're without? She ran off before I got a chance to ask. I'd never fully agreed yet, but I'm thinking about taking it.
Well, like you said, if you are already protecting her, then what loss do you have to add more protection to your village?
Right, it's a great deal. I'm just my only stipulation is if I fall for whatever reason, will that make the deal null and then all of a sudden they're vulnerable?
I would imagine that should you fall and you are no longer able to fulfill your part of the bargain, she would remove her protection. Though for such a circumstance, I doubt that she would do it in a spiteful manner. Your village simply would not have a protection that they currently do not have.
Well, let's hope we can one day figure out what the blue and red dragonborns are doing and prevent it, I guess. He'll just go back to sharpening his great sword and
Mhm.
contemplate on it,
Okay.
on the deal.
Any other Du Bois want to do anything?
You had something you were saying earlier, Bowser?
I was gonna say, she offered to help me find a cure, but she wants a vial of my blood.
That's kind of weird, right?
Indeed, she claims it is to help future half dragons help to fight the disease in the future by studying me, I guess.
Which sounds great, but again, we're in the Feywild,
Exactly.
and I just I can't fully grasp everything.
A vial of your blood in the hands of someone like Coraline could be quite detrimental to your health. But, and I am not happy that I am saying this, would the cause be worth it?
Yes, without hesitation.
Dolder just kind of like, inclines his head in a there you go manner.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
Sometimes sacrifices have to be made. He
You're right
kind of
about
gets
that.
a slight, like, haunted look in his face.
Not exactly sure what sacrifices I'll have to do though. My deal was a little bit grim.
What is your bargain?
Well, I get to know that there's not really a cure for me being me, you know. I wasn't born. I mean, I wasn't asked. I didn't ask to be born a tiefling. I'd like to look like my mom, but that's not in my fate. So instead of me protecting my physical form, I have to protect my soul from when I die. So if I can't cure myself in life, then at least I gotta change what fate my soul will have.
Don't we all?
Yeah, but you guys are more concerned and have to deal with what happens to you guys in life. I may have to end someone else's life just to maybe get a chance to actually hurt the ones who got my soul in a hold.
That's rough.
I know hurting people are fun, but that much of a hurting, possibly like actually killing someone who might not deserve it. I don't know what I like about that.
I am hardly a expert when it comes to souls other than those belonging to my kind, and most importantly, the followers of my god of Moradin. But a very core aspect of our teachings is that your soul is not pre-decided where it goes, no matter your uprising or your ancestry. Your soul is colored by the decisions you make throughout your life. You choose by your actions where your soul goes. And the might not be, as you say, a cure, but a good direction for you to take is simply to live as with your mother would have wanted you to live, not the way the people of your village expected you to.
Garble, roll a history check for me.
Rolling history.
History.
That's gonna be a super 7.
Okay. You find some comfort in his words. There's a little, ever so faint niggle in the back of your head that while you're hearing the words and it is some comfort, that something just feels off about your situation and what he's saying. But it gives you some comfort from what he was saying.
Oh, we'll see. I'll at least make it look like I'm completely comforted.
Garble, can I ask you who you believe to be in possession of your immortal soul and why you think that they have it? You don't have to answer that. I know it's obviously an extremely personal question.
I think it has to do with the people that attacked us some time ago in an alley, and they have like a hold of basically, well, what happens after death for all tieflings. in life we are who we are and whatever we want to be. After that, though, I'm not really sure I want to know, but I have an inkling, and I don't like that inkling.
Ram, could Dalder do a either religion or history check to see like if he's come across it, going through a lot of
Yeah.
old lore and whatnot, if he could find anything on this subject?
Yeah, I'll allow this to be a religion check if you want.
Well, the religion and history is both a +4, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't change much.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a nat 20, but it's a dirty 20.
Nice. You don't know the full ins and outs of it because you don't kind of look into the whole kind of deal with Asmodeus all that much. But you do have some familiarity with the fact that during the war, Asmodeus was brought forth onto the plane. He was actually summoned by the angels. At first, it seemed like he betrayed them and joined the side of the betrayers. But as you've seen in the visions, it seems that at some point he may have switched sides. But during the course of the war, he ended up inflicting this kind of spell or ability that created a whole new race of beings from ones that had already been created. Anyone that had ever undertaken a pact with a fae or fiend were now under the complete control of Asmodeus. Which is why, generally speaking, you probably find it rare to find satyrs in the material realm. Because all those that were in the material realm during the war were likely turned into tieflings themselves. For the soul part of the kind of situation, the lineage of these kind of people that were turned into tieflings have always had a chance of offspringing tieflings themselves. It doesn't always happen, sometimes it skips a generation or two. But the belief is that anyone that is from a tiefling ancestry line, that their souls automatically belong to Asmodeus because of this ritual or spell.
But that's more, have Dalder gotten the impression that that's more like dogma or more just like superstition?
Yes and no. I mean, there's no way to actually check. What I will say is, I mean, you did roll a dirty 20. Historically, perhaps tieflings have had a harder time of being brought back from beyond the veil than other races.
What was the first part of that?
Tieflings have a general harder time of being brought back from beyond the veil.
Harder time. I heard the brought back. I was like, what? Did they
Yeah.
say harder or easier?
Yeah, harder.
Alright, so they're more resistant to resurrections, basically, or revivals.
It seems that something, once it claims the soul, is unwilling to release it back.
Interesting. Yeah, no, Dalder will basically relay what he dredges up from his memories about this matter. So basically relaying what you just said and adding to that of do not forget that in the vision we have seen of the birth of Celestia and the end of the war, Asmodeus stood with Bahamut and with Moradin. He did not stand opposed to them. Now the reasons may have been his own, but that does not change the fact of where he stood.
Person can have been born nice and then grown up to be his village's murderer. So what one has been and what one will be is sometimes completely different things. So what we saw in the vision, it's interesting, but since I can't change. Oh, see, Garble just shows his hand and like focuses on the red hue.
Mm.
Well, this is still a thing. I will probably look for power. I'm gonna see if I can change my fate.
And I'll say, recalling the kind of deal that Caroline made with you, in return for killing someone, she would find a way for you to get a personal audience with Asmodeus in the future, so that you could rewrite your fate.
Bowser had to go for a little bit, just an FYI.
Yeah, I gotta go pick up the kids.
Okay. I mean, we could take a break at that time if you want.
Well, he said he was
Yeah.
gonna be back in, what did he say, an hour? Hour and a half?
Half an hour. So
okay.
like
Oh,
after
half
this
an hour, okay.
conversation, we can do a break, and then hopefully he will only be a few minutes.
Yep, no worries.
This week.
Okay, half an hour, that's not bad.
Yeah.
After this
So-
conversation. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
So
No,
what's-
yeah,
what's
mid
your plan?
conversation. Just
So what's your plan, Garble? Like, I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing really of other planes. I grew up on an island shunned from the rest of the world, so I haven't really heard about this sort of thing.
But that island is a beautiful place, and once you and whatever has happened in life is no longer present in its history, what you have done is gonna be reflecting into your soul. It's not something that I feel I need to be open with because it's just pain. It's one of the reasons why I just want to do whatever I want to do whenever I can. How you feel to know that no matter where you go, no matter what you do, someone has a hold on you.
I'd want to sever that.
See, now where I get a little bit gung ho and maybe a little bit more grabby towards cursed rings. If I can't cure myself, I will most definitely hurt the one that made me this way.
No, I totally get that.
You say that he has a hold of you. Other than the flesh you dwell in currently, how does he have hold of you?
Well, ever since birth, I've had like visions and nightmares and reading about others and seeing whatever information I can find in libraries. And to top it all off, the cultist attacks against us. It's just all just pointing towards one thing, really. So what was more suspicions and rumors, the more and more we go on doing what we do right now, it tells me that what I'm doing and I've been feeling is more truth than rumors.
Yeah. Further adding on to that, I would say, throughout your life, you've been in a few scuffles and fights here and there, and whenever you've kind of been knocked unconscious, you've felt like this pull is dragging you down, almost like it's trying to pull something out of you. But luckily, every time so far, you've managed to be brought back to health and healed.
Maybe we can help you find another way.
If I can become like my mom, fair skin, not black hair, then yeah.
Freeing the spiritual chains that are on you, your nightmares or visions or whispers from the void. Yes, I would say that would be something worth striving towards. I would not focus on just your appearance and how that changes you. That is just your flesh. It is a temporary housing. Where you go after, that will be different matter. but I would focus on the deeper significances over that.
And that is
And,
also exactly what I asked Coraline. Is there a cure for me being this? And hearing a no is not really what I wanted to hear, but it was kind of what I was expecting to hear.
Just to clarify, she said that she could change how you physically looked, but she had no control over freeing what effect it had on you after you died. If you wanted to free your soul, that would be something that you would have to seek release from elsewhere.
And also, that's why I immediately took the deal, because if it's only skin deep, then it doesn't really change anything.
Yeah.
Has Dolder ever noticed any issue, especially like when healing up Garble from, unconsciousness or from, being at 0 health? If he's noticed anything there?
Not really. It's not like being unconscious is not like a really strong pull, like it's trying to rip the life from him. It's more of just like this gentle tug, like something knows that it's close, and it's almost got like one foot in the door kind of a situation.
Yeah, at that point, it's more so kind of like, a little bit the issue with RPing the D&D mechanics of, okay, you hit 0, you're only knocked unconscious, but you technically went like -20 fucking health, so you took a massive bodily wound, but you're still at 0. So it would have been more so at one of those times when, Garble, like, technically, yes, only unconscious, but from heavy fucking damage.
Yeah, even then, no.
Classic 3.5 player.
Shut up.
And Dolder will like reach into his pouch at his belt and to say, but while we are working on seeing what can be done for your spirit, your soul, or simply your mental well-being, and he'll hold out the platinum ring that Dion normally carries, this will hopefully help keep your physical form safe.
I look towards said ring.
It is not cursed.
You've only got 9 more digits.
Monka S.
I graciously accept.
Okay. The bling certainly matches the suit.
That's all that matters.
Do not know if you have seen the effects of this ring for Dion, but when you wear this ring, it allows me to conjure a temporary bond between us. For an hour, any damage that is befalling to your physical form, half of it will instead go to me. And hopefully that will mean I will need to bring you back from the void a few times less.
Will raises an eyebrow and says, "You do know that sometimes my magic backfires a bit, right?"
Duh, I am very well aware.
Flashbacks to
I have your
Singemox.
back since the day I met you. Regardless of how many fireballs go in my face.
Or my beard.
Alright, since that's 1/2 shall we call a break there?
Yeah.
Sure.
Come back in 15 minutes and then we'll pick up for the last watch and go into the second day.
Yo.
Yo! So, yeah,
Yo!
back in 15 minutes.
Alright.
Yep.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Dion is currently loading.
No worries.
Googling on my phone.
And we're back.
Like IRL loading?
Yeah, she's in the kitchen still.
No worries.
So returning on her way back shortly.
Yeah. But at this point, I would say that the boys have had their bean meeting, and have kind of bedded down again to finish their long rest, and have slowly nudged Lilith awake.
Get your ass up.
Get up, girl.
Just kidding.
Roll a perception check for me.
Perception.
Mhm.
19.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, Echo kind of gets up along with you and kind of does his whole like wake up morning stretch routine and just kind of takes a wander over to the edge of the swamp and kind of just gives a look back over his shoulder towards you.
Are you okay?
And he just kind of almost like gives like a follow kind of a sign and walks off.
I follow.
Okay. Surprisingly, the rest of you start to wake up one by one, and you notice that Lilith is no longer present within the dome.
Look around to see if we see her.
Make a perception check.
Don't see shit. Well, it's perception of 5 out of 10.
Yeah, no. Fleet-footed elf has left
no.
no signs of tracks or
I don't
anything.
see her at all. That was a 7.
Oh,
Just
was
clarify, that
everyone
was my
making
list.
one?
No, it's just people that asked if they could see her. But yeah, you all wake up and you realise that you've had a bit of a lie-in, and the last person keeping watch has vanished.
I just shout out her name. Lilith!
No response.
Dion dismisses the tiny hut like, guys, don't need to yell in the tiny hut.
It
It's too
reverberates.
My ears. I'm already recovering from all the gongs.
Real
grung
quick
with a gong.
question, get mechanic here. Have we gotten a long rest yet, or are we still interrupted
Yes.
by here?
No. You've overslept, if anything.
Copy that.
Not by much.
Hey, look at all them spell slots.
Does that mean we get extra spell?
No, you don't get extra spell slots.
Ah.
But you feel damn well rested. You feel good.
Oh yeah, big stretch. Oh wait, somebody's missing? Oh shit.
At this point, like, now that the dome has been kind of thrown away, Iara and Boblin start to kind of wake up as well, hearing all the kind of shouts and screams of people shouting Lilith's name, and both of them just kind of almost like float upwards, sitting up, and in one voice say at the same time, one uncomfortably voice that's all too familiar. Don't worry. Your archer friend will be back with you shortly. We're just on an early morning hunt. In the meantime, I would ask you watch over my cabin while I am away. You're not the only ones looking for my aid. As my underlings, deals can be made through Ayara or Boblin in my stead. And then both Ayara and Boblin snap out of their like weird shared possession. And Boblin's like immediately all excited. Oh! Do you think these other folks know the lady is away? Should we we disguise ourselves as her so they don't get all like, oh, you ain't the weird like fey lady that saves lives and does magic favors and shit?
Do you mean like
Go
sit
for
on
it,
each
Bobby.
other's shoulders in
Yeah, I'm a bit small.
in clothing?
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
How tall is she?
she's like 10 foot minimum.
Oh, that's a lot of shoulders to sit on.
But
I'm 5'6".
yeah, but like,
Goblin's 3.
but if they don't know,
That's true. If they don't know, I hoist Boblin up on my shoulders, and I use my armor to like kind of create a dress that looks like something Coraline would have worn.
okay.
That goes like over my head, and then I'm like, do the mask thing, do the thingy.
Yeah, and he kind of screws his face up real tight and just. He doesn't even disguise himself as like the body. He just disguises himself as a head of Coraline.
Perfect.
Oh God.
What do you think?
And then I walk around like, we are Coraline.
Bum 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 bum.
We do
We are
magics.
Coraline. Bum, ba,
How about no?
Please no.
It's already happening. Me and Boblin are already Coraline. It's happening.
Would you, kind sir dwarf, like to do a deal?
Just imagine the trademark stone face as he just fucking stares down Boblin.
And then I'll say underneath like, the dwarf does not want a deal. Maybe the dragonborn wants a deal.
Hard pass.
Oh.
Tough crowd.
Barble uses thaumaturgy to make it as like a voice come out from Dulder that says like, "I want to learn how to laugh."
Dion will just tell a really dumb joke.
At that, AJ, can you roll a wisdom check for me on Ayara?
In real life?
Oh, on Ayara. So roll good
Yeah.
or roll bad. It's
You say wisdom,
A
Whoa.
wisdom check, not a saving throw. Just a
not a saving throw.
just a check.
Oh, thank God.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because it's a +0.
Yes.
We know it is.
Wait.
10?
Yeah, 10's fine.
You say that.
Yeah.
If it's a saving throw, it's
Fine.
+3.
Yeah, no, it's just a check. It had to be a 10 or higher. But like, AR just kind of gets like as she hears this kind of voice of kind of fake Dulder kind of ring out. I wish I could smile or be happy, kind of a thing. Like she's like instantly
God.
reaching for the wand, and then she hears this kind of. She kind of sees a replay of all the fingers that Dulder's been kind of holding up to her, just slowly going down one by one, and she knows she's got one left. So she's like, nah, better not.
She's only got one charge left?
No.
One finger left.
Oh.
Each time she's been casting it, Dulder's been lowering a finger on his hand.
Oh.
And there's only one remaining.
I'll let her do it in case Dulder rolls really shit.
Well, even then, she's like, better not. She's got one chance.
Well, I was gonna say
One opportunity.
Samantha would be like, she's gonna go for it.
Yeah, but we'll let that be her decision when she comes back when she wants to do it,
Exactly, yeah.
just in case. All right.
Just in case he rolls that nat one.
The satisfaction has to be hers.
Exactly.
Yeah. But what are you doing with the morning?
Can I see like tracks or anything about which direction
Roll,
of they went?
Lilith, roll a stealth check with advantage since they were all asleep. And then you roll a investigation check.
Oh,
Or
investigation.
survival, either one.
Oh, okay.
Did you say
You're looking for tracks, so that's yeah. You kind of snuck off while everyone else was asleep, so
26. I got 16 plus 10.
I got a 16 plus 4.
yeah,
Still a dirty 20.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Still a dirty 20, but these elves, they're very light on their feet, so
What about
what about
Echo? I forgot his name.
What about the facts?
what does the fox say? Yeah, roll 2d20s for me, Lilith. Give me the highest number.
15.
15.
Mhm.
What was the total you roll? 20. Dirty 20.
For AJ.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, sorry, that's 23.
Fucking shit ball. Okay.
Well,
Be sneaky.
Who'd have thought the Rangers are sneaky and stealthy?
who the fuck?
Who'd have thunk?
Who would have thunk the ranger / rogue was sneaky?
Can we do a like as Azurin is doing that, Dion actually trying to tell Dolder a joke to make him laugh, like a performance versus.
Performance versus insight, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, okay, not performance. That's unfair.
Uh,
I feel like that's too
just
unfair.
a charisma check versus an insight.
Yeah, okay,
Do
that's
that one.
fine. Okay, so he says mine's a plus 11, his is a plus 8, so it's not that unfair.
It's not that far off, is what I
But-
said. Only a 3-point difference.
Okay, fine. I'll just roll my charisma because that's a plus 4.
I will make the argument, though, that considering how Dolder's morning just started off, I'm going to have an advantage on that roll
Okay, fine. But
at DM's discretion.
yeah, DM, does he have advantage for being a grouch or?
Give me a roll on the insight check first, and then I may ask you to roll another check afterwards for something else.
Tell the joke.
Yeah.
You said for the insight?
So, yeah, a charisma check. Just a charisma check, so a d20 plus the charisma modifier for Dion, and then an insight check.
So Dion, when they make that comment, they'll say, "What is a mountain goat called?" Pauses. A hillbilly. And that's 17. It's a bad joke. Even in Satyr standards.
It's like on par with the what kind of car do I drive?
Yeah, literally.
And what was the inside check?
Oh, I must not have keyed up for that,
Yeah.
but 22.
Oh, yeah. Stoic and...
Basically, Dolder
Yeah.
just narrows out as a hill and a mountain are two different geographical features.
Dion pokes their head out of like the imaginary Coraline garb, like, "Oh, a geography guy now, are we?" And pokes their head back in.
Dwarf, yes.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, we do tend to tunnel through mountains, yes, or hills as well.
Dion just walks away like fucking hills, mountains, just fucking stomps away and bobbling on their shoulders.
Fucking land bumps.
Land bumps.
Yeah, Ayara seems a little bit kind of confused but excited as well, having like this kind of weird possession thing and maybe what it may entail with who may be kind of coming along into this glade that you're currently in.
Did she mean that in a way that she knew someone was coming, or are we just supposed to wait around for someone to come? Like, just assuming that someone will.
Ayara's like, I think she means people may be on the way and they may get here at some point today.
Well, great.
We can make like food and like make a buffet for him.
You guys
Knock
can do that. I'm
yourself
busy
out.
being Coraline. Ooh.
I think Quithis would be like, I'll help with that.
Boblin's on top going, yes, my minions, prepare a feast for my guests. Is there anything anyone wants to do during this time? Aside from preparing some food for a couple of people?
Odds are, since are they prepping like actual ingredients, like rations we brought with us, or is this more magically conjured up items of food?
Ayara, the day before, seemed a little hesitant to go in the cabin, but ever since this kind of weird possession, she just brazenly walked straight into the cabin and is just starting to kind of ferret through different cupboards, almost like she's very familiar where things are. It's like she's not like opening a cupboard, no, that's not what I need. She's like going to the immediate cupboard that she needs, reaching up onto the shelf, pulling something down, and then it's about bringing it outside to the table.
Are you good here, or is this Coraline?
Why, of course it's me. I can make some muffins! And she goes running back inside again and starts to kind of brings out this kind of weird kind of like jar that looks like it's full of flour.
And in the morning, I'm making waffles.
Waffles. So as this kind of banquet and feast is prepared, about an hour passes, and you start to hear like very faint sounds. Well, Quithus would at least anyway. Hear the very faint sounds of someone approaching.
Oh well, does Quithus let us know? Because he's not.
I would say yes. He alerts you to the sound, and you all kind of spin round and see the familiar figure of Lilith and Echo returning into the glade.
Who goes there? Oh, hey.
Like Boblin and Dion were fully ready to be like, woo, but then we see it slowly, we're like, oh.
Did you not hear me calling earlier?
No, I can't say I was exactly close by.
And as Lilith kind of walks into the glade, you notice that currently in her hand is a severed head of some strange kind of wolf-like creature.
Oh, God!
What's that?
It's a lichen. It's
what?
a lichen.
Oh, I know what that is.
I was like, do I really need to explain this to you? But
Yeah.
for anyone
I'm
else in the
like,
party,
"Whoa, you took that down by yourself? Oh shit!"
no. I went hunting. Well, I guess Coraline kind of made me go hunting, but it was amazing. It felt at home. And I just kind of hold the head up and go, this was different.
Still dripping blood.
But I'm like, my eyes are like wide and I'm like almost, don't use that word because
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, I was like, I'm vibrating with joy and excitement.
Yeah, I would say with your passive insight, Dolder, you do see like the veins kind of pulsing on her neck a little bit, like the adrenaline's pumping.
Oh, I was waiting on a chance to
Yeah.
chime in and say that Dolder was going to do a full insight check
Yeah.
on Lilith in general.
Yeah, the insight, you can see that like heart's pounding, adrenaline's pumping, like she's had a
Knees weak.
arms are heavy.
Mom's spaghetti.
Well, more so the little miss, I'm going to talk to every animal we see, suddenly vanishes in the dark of the night and then comes back with a severed head. It's just like, well, we are in the Feywilds after all, and there are a lot of things here that like to look like other things.
Yeah.
So initially, at least, it's more of an insight to check, like,
To see if
make
it
sure
is
it's
Lilith.
actually Lilith. Yeah.
Yeah. From what you can gather on your passive insight and in general, it does appear to be the same Lilith.
Say it again. Sorry.
I was just saying it does seem to be Lilith.
Dolder will, he's currently sitting over by the bench with his hammer in his lap and has been very intent on his hammer, and he'll look up, narrow his eyes, and go, "What is the name of your brother?"
Brother? Eli?
When you said brother question mark, his grip on the hammer tight, like white knuckle tightened, and then when you say Eli, you see him relax, he nods, and he goes back to looking at his hammer.
What kind of question is that?
One only you would know in the Feywilds.
Would she, though?
I much doubt that there are other heroes that have interest for him.
But I feel like Coraline would know her brother. She's been watching us for a while.
If it was Coraline doing something like this, our issues would be far greater than just that.
You spin around and look at the weird, like, combined twins of Coraline, of Dion and Boblin, and Boblin's just got his Coraline finger just kind of shoved up his upper nose. She's going, "Who's Eli?"
I just poke my like nose and mouth out of the like little coat dress I have. To don't worry about it. It's
Yeah.
littlest brother. It's fine.
Yeah, and it's weird as well because he's just the head of Coraline. It's actually the tongue that's coming out of the mouth, picking up
Oh,
into the
God.
nose. Forgot about that.
That's nasty.
Forgot about
I
that
just-
detail.
I just kind of turn. I know Dion has already said it, but I just kind of turn as well and confirm my brother. And then I just look back at Zolda. And it is me, you know. And I just kind of put
Oh.
the head on the table. We like near the table, did you say?
You could walk
Elder
over.
was AFK for a second, but
Yeah.
Dion will just interject again through like the hole in the dress. Like you can never be too sure in the Feywilds.
Yeah, Ayara kind of gives you a look as you put this severed head next to all of her like baking.
How dare you?
So,
I
you mind telling us what's going on here? What?
So I was doing my watch, and then Echo pulled me to one side. I went through a tree. So like a portal. And I actually went to the Lake of Echoes. I saw Coraline. She was just waiting for me, I guess. I've also found out what she wanted my hair for, which was a bit bewildering. But that doesn't matter. She took me hunting, and it was the most liberating thing I felt in a long time. I'm back in my element. It was just joyful, and I've missed it. But yeah, long story short, it was this, and I kind of like nudged the head.
Kind of rolls over to its side, and a bit of, like, bile and goop kind of pulls out of the neck.
Who has apparently been causing a lot of problems. And it's what she calls a lichen. I've never seen one before, and I have. And I killed it, but she beheaded it. I'm not fully sure why the beheading was necessary, but she said it was. And here I am.
Would any of us know why?
I was gonna say, can Dion roll like more of a like in general Feywild knowledge? Like lichens, I think would be kind of a little bit more standard for knowledge, but like specifically the hunting and all that stuff.
Roll a general nature check.
General nature.
General nature check.
What about admiral nature?
Maybe we'll see what the first roll gets first.
Constable nature.
All right. 22.
Okay. Yeah, you know lichens. Lichens don't tend to kind of branch out into this area of the Feywild. It's very much on the other landmass. They don't really class them as continents in the Feywild. It's just different areas of the one land. And they generally kind of keep to the... oh god, let me remember the name. The Lycanth Packlands, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mountain range up there.
Yeah, up at the north. They normally keep to them in like very secluded kind of communities. Every now and then, when they go hunting, perhaps one of the prey that they're trying to hunt down doesn't end up dying, gets bitten, and then kind of branches off and escapes, and it can kind of lead to a bit of a spreading. Normally, you've kind of heard of various people that have kind of worked to kind of trim down these kind of rogue lichens that have kind of been going around. In terms of how a lichen is killed, normally it would take something made of silver to actually put the beast fully out of commission, because they have a tendency to regenerate.
Are they likely to regenerate a severed head?
No, and funnily enough, as you're looking at the severed head, you do see these weird kind of like, almost like burn marks around like the edge of where the cut's been made. Almost like the flesh itself has been charred.
So Dion will pop their entire head out of the coat now. Look at the head and look at Lilith and just kind of do that once or twice and go, "Are your arrows silver?"
Mine? No. Coraline's, on the other hand, that are, FYI, ginormous. Very jealous. And see, I assume she had some sort of like blade or knife.
Yeah, she would have had a dagger that she severed the head with.
Also, I guess silver.
Yeah, it seemed to smoke as she was kind of decapitating the body.
So her arrows were silver. We both aimed. We both made the kill, I guess, but hers did way more damage, obviously, than mine. And she towards the end, she said the best thing to do was cut the head off. That's what she did.
Dion is in kind of like a not quite Dulder level, like religious turmoil, because Nylea was always known as the goddess of the hunt. So they're kind of like, wait, Coraline hunting? No, that's not right. It just pops their head back in the coat. Like, okay, cool. Very, very neat.
As you do that, are you still looking like Coraline, or is it Ayara?
Yeah, I'm the coat and Boblin is
Yeah.
the head.
It's like the pantomime horse, like
Yeah.
head and butt.
It's like the kids trying to sneak into the movie theater by wearing a trench coat.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. It's not
So-
good.
I just kind of like turn to Ayara is still kind of close to me, right?
Yeah, she's at the table just trying to keep her like baking ingredients away from the pooling blood that's kind of starting to kind of seep out of this severed head on the table.
I just turn to her loud so everyone can kind of hear it, but more directed to her. Coraline's asked if you and Boblin would look after her cabin. Oh.
And she kind of gives a nod and says, yeah, the message kind of came through us too.
Did she say how long?
She did not. She said she would be back plenty of time for the Battle of the Bands, though.
You just hear muffled, okay, good. She better.
I'm sure there'll be some way she'll know when to come back. But she promised that she would be back for the Battle of the Bands, so she can open the doorway. Oh.
Alright.
So what do we do with that head?
I just kind of look at Echo.
He's just sitting there with tail wagging, just like salivating. And as a quick point of reference as well, when you kind of give it a quick look over, you do see that although it is very wolven in shape, it did seem to be in some sort of like regression back into some humanoid form. Like the bottom half of the jaw seems to be a lot more kind of rounded and humanoid-like. Almost like it was turning back into a person before the decapitation occurred.
Is it actively changing or did it freeze?
It seemed to
during
freeze as soon as the deck.
Freeze frame.
Yeah, freeze frame as soon as the head was severed.
Dolder will kind of look at the severed head, look at the blood pooling, look at Ayara and her baking ingredients, and go, "How was this lycanthropy spread again?"
You'd know this, Dion. It is from the bite.
I pop my head out. You gotta be bitten.
And Dolder will still go somewhere else and create food and water. Away from the blood.
Okay. You're not quite sure if it's blood or tomato juice.
Don't know, don't care.
Sitting over here with my bread and water.
It's not bread and water, it's food and water. It's just a bit bland, but there's salt for that.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have somebody that has all the cooking salts and stuff.
Yes, you do.
To help.
You did clear out the fucking carnival of its salt.
Popcorn salt.
Yeah.
And Bowser's a chef, so
Yes.
he's got some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Right. Is there anything else anyone wants to do during the morning period?
Before I give the head to God damn it. Oh God, sorry. I'm phrasing words in my head and then just thinking other things. Before I give the head to Echo, I'm gonna pull out a tooth.
Okay.
Tooth.
Okay.
I just saw your face on screen.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna pull out a tooth
Of the lichen.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You have a lichen tooth.
thank you.
Anyone else?
Dolder spends the time contemplating his hammer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned that the fox is eating a lycanthrope head.
I
watch and-
humanoid lichen head.
I watch in disgust, horror, but also mild interest.
Yeah. And you after a while, after the flesh has kind of been devoured, you start to hear the crunch as it starts to kind of work its way through the skull.
I think the word you're looking for is morbid curiosity.
Yeah. It's so gross, but I can't stop watching. Yeah. Give me a religion check, Dolder.
Religion, that is a 15.
15. Your hammer's gone through some changes since the start of your journey.
Mm-hmm.
And now with the return memory that have been kind of given back by Coraline, you remember the whole speech that Derja gave you about the hammer it's an extension of oneself, and it seems that perhaps any effects that you have been undergoing may also be translating into the hammer itself, and this recent transformation is something that you're not quite happy with. And but you're not quite sure what it means. Like there's no definitive answer.
Right.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'm going to head over to Dion and Boblin to work out their situation on a coat and a head.
Mhm.
And I'm just going to look at you both and go, why?
Well, basically, it was really weird. Like, my mouth was moving, weren't my voice that coming out. It was like my lips were kind of doing the whole kind of movie. And, yeah. Apparently, we might be having some visitors at some point today, and they might be looking for, like, the bog lady. So we thought if we look like her, it might make kind of conversations go a little bit better if they know what she looked like.
I see. And then I kind of get like a spark. Ah, that reminds me. Coraline told me someone very specific we need to watch out for.
Right.
My face pokes out. Who?
Who?
A hunter, a lady, a human in a red cloak. And the message to her is that she is free from her contract. I don't know what that means. That's all I know. She wasn't too specific.
Yeah, human wasn't mentioned, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's alright.
Delving too much info.
Sorry.
It's not too much info, it's wrong info.
Wrong info.
Give her the message, Mai, what big ears you have.
Does that ring any kind of bells for Dion? I mean,
roll a history.
Hunter.
Yeah, roll a history check.
Okay.
Is there a Fey story of Little Red Riding Hood where the Little Red Riding Hood is actually the wolf?
Ha.
Is it
Being really
Echo's belly
quiet
now?
there, Ram.
23.
23, that's pretty good.
Sure.
You know that there is a very famed huntress that resides on the far shores of the other landmass within the Feywild. And it does seem to match some sort of description.
I whisper to Boblin. I say, I think this is a very important person. Maybe we should, like, cut the Coraline shtick and be respectful.
But, like, what if... Why? I was kind of enjoying it.
You can still stay on my shoulders.
Okay,
This is fine.
it was just fun of being tall for a minute.
Okay. No, that's fine. You can do that.
Okay, sure. Okay.
But, because if this lady is who I think she is, then we need to be very serious. And I just, like, point my hand at serious.
Serious. He just kind of pokes his nose again, and you just see Caroline's tongue just kind of go up as he kind of removes the disguise self away.
And then I put my armor back to normal. And still with Boblin on my shoulders.
Yeah, serious. But for the next hour or two, unless there's anything someone wants to do, they seem to pass by without any issue. Ayara manages to bake an assortment of different kind of cakes and pastries and muffins, along with the help of Quithus.
Would Dion know any, like, more, like, Feywild cultural customs for when you have a very important guest showing up?
I mean, it would vary from place to place. Like, the elves would have a different custom to the satyrs.
Well, the Skull of Vale customs, because
Yeah.
that's what I know, and that's what I'm gonna go with.
Yeah. I mean, do you have a lot of alcohol?
Do not. As far as I've got that bottle of Ems.
I was sitting here going, is she gonna remember it?
I
Decisions.
I will keep that more in like
Maybe.
a front pocket instead of a back pocket.
Okay.
Excuse you?
Yeah, I'm putting it in my front pocket. But I'll have that in the back of my head because I don't know if that's a good alcohol to give. So I remember
Sure.
what happened last time.
Give the green fairy drink to a fae.
Mhm.
I mean, we're already in a trippy fucking world. Speaking of which, does members of the group need to take a test here upon waking?
Oh, yes, very good point. Thank you for reminding me of that. As this is your second long rest within the Feywild, I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw. Could you also roll for Ayara? Oh no, sorry, Ayara doesn't
Sure.
need to make one.
Okie dokie.
She's a Fey ancestor. So
18.
everyone apart from Ayara, Lilith, and Dion.
Nat 20 for a 22.
Nice.
Nat 24, 23.
Fucking hell.
Jesus.
Whoa.
Nice.
They said not today, Feywilds.
I'll roll for Quithus.
No,
Nat
your
today.
Technicolor bullshit.
Fucking hell. Yeah, okay. So I take it everyone got above a fucking 20 then. Jesus Christ.
I'd only got an 18.
Oh, that's still, you still passed.
Quote unquote only.
Oh, only 18. Yeah. Quithus rolled an 18 plus his fucking 8. So yeah, you all managed to stave off the effects of the Feywild for your second long rest. But at the point of roughly about midday, after a few hours of being awake, all of you suddenly become very aware of hearing these like very heavy, fast footsteps pounding in the distance. It's like doo doo doo. You start to hear the sounds of trees cracking and snapping as whatever it is hurriedly coming towards the cabin.
I take Boblin off my shoulders and kind of hold him more close to the chest and like, oh no, what's that?
I think everyone kind of assumes a ready position.
Coming
Booted and booted.
Coming barreling into the area, you see a huge, disfigured, almost purple-skinned giant carrying a golden statue of a smaller female version of its kind. He's kind of looking around at you all, trying to, almost like he's searching for someone. And he just kind of starts to kind of have this like deep, bassy kind of voice. Gurvu Haga Lutapala. Does anyone speak giant?
Big no.
That's a negative, rubber ducky.
Let me have a
I
look.
take Boblin and I run back into the cabin. I'm like, "Quick, get back into Corlin.
Celestial Common Draconic. No one does. Interesting.
No, it's not a very common language.
No. Lilith, I thought you did.
My languages. I was, you know what, I was thinking the same, but I feel really stupid. I didn't want to say yes because it's not in my languages. I think it's in.
Oh, it's one of your favourite enemies, but you haven't learned the language.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Alright, well.
Yes, okay.
Does Bob?
Oh
Oh,
my
no.
god, he does.
Oh.
Well, he just ran off with our translator.
Well, no, we're getting back into costume.
Literally.
Oh, look at him.
We're getting back into costume.
Literally.
It's gonna be like a second because my armor just does it,
Oh,
and all he's gonna
yeah.
do is his mask, and we're coming right back
Yeah.
out. It's
yeah. You kind of hurry back out again, and like he's kind of holding on to your kind of neck a little bit, and it's like a weird, like one of those like weird kind of inflatable things at a car dealership kind of things that kind of comes out the doorway.
I've got horns that are sturdy to hold on to. He doesn't need to
Yeah.
hold on to my neck.
True. But yeah, the giant's just kind of looking around and then sees like the weird Caroline come bursting out of the cabin. Oh, and he kind of repeats what he said, like again. And he tries to put on his best Caroline. Please help her. It's all my fault. And the giant continues. Pira halu me haga. I didn't mean to touch her. Hala tumlir piar gabaduro. She fell. I tried to catch her. Anyone that is trained in history, roll a history check for me.
Can do.
13. Not the history I've studied.
19.
Anyone else trained? Oh shit, it's Quithus. Whoop, whoop, whoop. He is. Nope. Surprisingly, the clerics from the Material Realm haven't heard the story. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Sorry, it took a little longer than I hoped.
Yeah, no worries. Dion, again. Since you are native to the Feywild, you've heard...
Almost like I lived here.
Yeah, it's crazy. You've heard old tales of a greedy king that had a lust for wealth so strong he wished for the power to turn anything he touched into gold. What you'd never imagined was that this fabled king would be such a grotesque-looking giant, if the old fairy tales were indeed about him. But he's almost like close to sobbing as he's like now gently trying to like place this kind of golden statue down onto the floor in front of you and Boblin Coraline thing.
I will like whisper up to Boblin, the Coraline head, explaining basically that story, but I think he accidentally turned somebody he cared about into gold and he wants Coraline to fix it. Can you do that like thing you guys were doing before where she spoke through you?
Boblin kind of closes his eyes. We need 2 sprigs of minted dead nettle and a long intact stem of meadow tickleweed. We can help her, but if we help her, he has to be rid of his powers. And then he kind of then speaks giant at some point. He's like, the giant kind of replies, Hagar Pleader. And Boblin's like kind of gives you like a nudge. Back inside the cabin. I need to get some things.
I walk back inside the cabin.
As the kind of cabin goes, he kind of kicks the door closed with the heel of his ankle from his shoulder. Right, right. Have a look around for like this weird kind of nettle. It's kind of green. It's got like 5 leaves that kind of spread out, and it's got like really horrible kind of nasty kind of thorns on it.
Okay.
I'll get the tickleweed, and he kind of goes into the corner and pulls out this kind of. It's almost like an umbrella kind of weird rack with all these kind of weird staffs and sticks, and he just pulls out this long kind of strand of weed.
I will look for the minted dead nettle, I think you said it was.
Yeah, make a investigation check.
Oh yeah, dirty 20.
Oh, nice. Yeah, using the description that he gave you, you're like, you pretty much describes this item on the second shelf up, and you reach out and grab it. What? Don't mind me, and he just kind of clambers back up on the side of you again.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, right. Back into position and scene. Let's go.
Take the items in my like Coraline-y hands and walk back out.
Like the giant, it's like he looks very grotesque. He's got like his eye is almost like one eye on the left is like almost halfway down his face. The other one is like almost like up above his forehead. It's a very strange looking thing. Give me a nature check as well, Dion, since you rolled fairly well on your history.
That's only a 16.
It's fucking yeah, basically him.
Oh. God.
Yeah. Basically.
Hey, you guys! I turned my wife into gold.
Just more of a purpley skinned kind of variant.
Good.
This is a Fomorian. The Fomorians once were a race of giants that entered the Feywild with the intent to enslave its inhabitants, claiming the Fey creatures' magic for themselves. The Feywild ended up uniting to defend their realm, and the Fomorians were kind of fought and subjected to a terrible curse. Normally they're considered to be godless brutes, only focused on their own greed and lust for magic, and it's very strange to see one almost like having a breakdown in this manner. But yeah, Boblin just kind of gives a little kind of whisper out the corner of his mouth. Put the dead nettle into my mouth.
Okay, I lift the hand that has the dead nettle up to his mouth.
roll an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, it's more of like
It's all the
you're
same.
trying to like line up with his mouth above you.
17.
Okay, and you do it fairly easily enough. He starts to kind of chew on the minted dead nettle, and starts to kind of like spit it out on top of the tickleweed that's kind of just like up in front of his face. You need to tickle this under her armpit.
Okay. I kind of like. Can I do a sleight of hand to try to peek my eye out from the
Sure.
garment so
Yeah,
that I
yeah,
can actually see where the
Yeah, yeah,
armpit
yeah.
is?
Yeah, sure.
That would be a 19.
A 19? Let me just... Yep. You begin to kind of rub the kind of tickleweed under the armpit of what you can probably assume is this probably giant's daughter, given that the size difference between the two of them. And as you kind of start to rub it under the armpit, the gold begins to crack and split until the Fomorian child breaks free from the gold, laughing before finding herself surrounded by all these strange people. Oh shit. You're gonna have to shake his hand to conclude the deal.
I put my hand out to shake the giant's hand.
Yeah, the giant looks very unsure at first, knowing what his touch normally involves.
And I just kind of like wiggle my hand in assurance, like, come on.
Yeah. And the giant kind of reaches out, and his hand is huge. It almost like grips your forearm. The rest of you start to panic immediately as you start to see this gold colour begin to rush up Dion's arm, right up to the shoulder before it stops. And it's almost like starts to crack and fall off like dust. And the power of the Giant King is no more. After seeing his powers have been taken away, the Fomorian grabs his daughter in for a tight hug. Probably the first one he's ever properly given her for a long time. And you start to see large teardrops fall down the disfigured face and land at his feet, like tiny little ping pong balls. He kind of knows that he can't really talk to most of you, and he just kind of nods at the group of strange individuals around him, lifts his daughter up around it, onto his shoulder, and then slowly begins to stomp out of the grove.
I do what Coraline would do and just like ominously wave goodbye.
Oh yeah, I like that. Extra touch.
I'll learn it.
Oh, that was exciting.
Dion just kind of like does like almost a full like arms on the thighs, like whoo. I thought it was gonna turn to gold. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, so did I. I thought maybe that I was the only one that needed to shake your hand. I wasn't quite entirely sure, but I thought, maybe, I don't know. Panicked a little bit there when it started kind of creeping up your arm, but...
You telling me?
You good, right?
Yeah, I'm good. I just like shake my arm. I'm good.
Yeah, you shake your arm a little bit, and you start to see like where your fingernails are. They've seemed to kind of been kind of glazed with like a gold coating.
Ooh, fancy.
But just on the one hand, right?
Just on the one hand.
I've got a gold fingernail hand. Ooh.
Yeah.
Got the upgrade of that pimp hand.
Yeah. Gotta keep it strong.
What are the rest of you doing?
Unclenching beehole.
All of them simultaneously unclench. You can almost hear
Yeah.
it.
There seems to be
Also, as
an
the-
increasing gust of wind.
as the giant vanishes back again, Dolder will kind of, not quietly, but loud enough that the group can hear, go, wonder what he will have to pay for that service.
My thoughts exactly.
I pop my head out of the coat. I think he pays for having what he thought was a treasure. His ability to turn anything into gold taken away. I think in a way he learned his lesson.
Yeah.
Duldor just kind of cock his head to the side. A father that has never been able to hug his child. I'm not so sure.
I mean, the bog lady seems kind of quite interested in the happiness of children. Perhaps she just wants him to be a better father.
I just point up to Boblin, the general area Boblin. Yeah, what he said.
Is he getting smarter?
You gotta think about that. What is the greatest curse of all when you're a parent is the inability to even hug your own child. That giant's blessing was a curse.
I mean, I don't know about you lot, but like, this lady seems quite nice in this bog. I'm not like you were all kind of giving all like the big kind of warnings and kind of giving this like recite these rules over and over, but like, I don't know, it just feels kind of nice here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was terrified coming here because of all the stories I grew up as a kid, but I'm having a really weird existential crisis
I know, right?
because this is not at all what I was expecting.
Should we just like live here?
I mean, I live over there and I point in the general direction of the Skullavale.
Yeah. I'll do
But
that.
like, if you could live here and then I could come visit you, we'd be neighbors.
That's cool. I just woke up this morning and I'm just thinking like it's really nice here. I kind of want to stay. Do you know? It's like,
Yeah, just sniffles like, okay.
I just feel really good this morning.
I can feel Coke's twitching out wherever she's at right now from here. Has disturbance in the warp.
You, Dulder, again with your passive insight, would see that his sudden like glee at being in the Feywild seems, while he's kind of defending it with some merit, it does seem to have some sort of weird kind of glazed over look in his eyes as he's kind of talking.
Almost in an enthralled manner.
Almost in like a enchanted kind of by the Feywild possible magic way.
Don't know how that would go, so I'm not gonna do that. Dolder will look at Boblin for a minute and kind of like narrow his eyes, and it would seem that our little green friend here might be having some of the surroundings affecting his judgment in a way that might very well just be the nature of the Feywilds.
I
His
reach up.
thinking is not quite his own.
I reach up and like grab him off my shoulders and like poke my head through the top of the coat and like look at him. Huh?
And now that you're kind of, he's not on your shoulders and you're looking into his eyes, you can see like his pupils have kind of dilated a little bit and he's like, what?
You fey high.
What?
It's okay. And I just kind of like cradle him like, you'll be okay.
So yeah, I'll be okay.
Let's go get you something to eat.
Yeah.
I would recommend not making any decisions pertaining to where you will be living from now on, just yet.
Well, I've got to say,
Yeah, what he said.
well, I've got to say it's quite an upgrade from the cave.
But there could be so many more cooler and better places that you could see. Like places that aren't a swamp.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
And if you still like the swamp better, you can stay at the swamp, but we'll see.
Or you can come back at another point.
True.
I mean, you are a free goblin after all. sniffle noise.
He kind of wanders over to Iara, who's just kind of like munching on a muffin. Which flavour of day? She's like, I don't know. They're just random ingredients I found from inside. Sounds good. Just starts to kind of chomp down into the muffin.
He is a simple goblin.
He is a
simple pleasures,
he's-
simple needs.
Exactly. He's living his best life. You freed him from the cave.
He's no longer actively fading away from reality.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, I'm assuming Boblin still seems to be fully not transparent.
Nope. You see, like he had this very vibrant kind of green skin kind of color when he came out from the cabin after speaking with Caroline. It hasn't seemed to faded at any point since you've been hanging out with him. He looks healthier than he has been in your entire journey with him.
Neat.
Hmm.
So, the day slowly starts to tick by late into the afternoon. Lilith, you begin to hear faint voice calling out into the woods. In common, not in Sylvan or anything. You can't quite make out what it's saying, but you just hear like a voice just kind of picking up in the distance.
What direction it's coming from?
It seems to be coming from the southwest.
I start to move a bit closer to be able to hear, but not
Mhm.
too far away.
Mhm.
Can I hear them now?
Roll a perception check. Quithus at this point is where you see kind of Lilith kind of move away, and then you start to kind of hear the faint kind of sounds of voice yelling out in the woods.
I kinda-
19.
Look over and what is that?
You start to kind of hear the faint sounds of someone screaming, "Hello? I don't know where I am. I seek help."
Insight check.
Is it just
I
me
mean,
and Griffiths
yeah.
that hear that?
You've heard the actual what it's been saying. But Quithus can just start to hear the noise coming.
I turn. I assume Griffiths is right behind me. I turn to Griffiths. Someone's screaming for help.
What do they sound like? Panicked, old, young?
Crap, what did I sound like?
It sounds young. It's not panicked as such, it's more confusion.
I relay.
Are we all here?
They moved slightly away, but you can all be kind of follow if you want to.
As the resident Coraline bottom half, I feel like I need to be aware of what's going on.
I mean, but of course, of course.
Yeah. Put Boblin back on my shoulders in preparation. Do the thing, do the thing.
To the adventures!
Yeah.
He kind of shakes his hand a little bit. Get back into character. Whoo.
He do like a full John Cena, shake his hand in front of his face.
Yeah.
Like,
Refreshes his disguised self to just freshen up a little bit.
Lilith, call back. Ask them how they got here.
Hello. Shall I ask where are they first? If I can't quite tell where they are.
You kind of call out, and you start to hear these kind of sounds of like hoof prints kind of pick up as they start to kind of move towards you. Hello? Who's there?
Hello.
Friend or foe?
To be confirmed. But friendly.
Fair. Is
How did you get here? Sorry.
yeah. At this point, like you start to kind of see this kind of young-looking human riding on the back of an old mule. and as he starts to kind of approach, you see that his eyes are completely whited over. My mule brought me here. I was searching for the West Pit bowels. I was told there was.
Is he wearing red?
No. He's wearing like browns and greens. I was told there was a being that lived within that could help my condition.
Kind of like nudge up to Boblin. I think that's our cue.
Oh, I think so too. What condition ails you? Well, it's a long story, but I lost my sight, or at least it was taken from me. What? What happened? Well, my father was a cobbler, and he handed his business down to me a few weeks ago. I've never had my father's skills, but he insisted that I take on the shop, said I had nothing to fear. After a few days, I still hadn't gotten the hang of the profession yet, but each day when I opened the shop, all the shoes I'd been working on were finished to perfection. At first I thought my father was sneaking in after I'd closed to fix my mistakes, but it was still happening even when he left on his retirement holiday. So I decided to stay behind after closing, hide in the shop to see if I could catch whoever was doing my work for me, see if I could hire them and pay them to run the shop for me. I hid in the shop and heard no sign of anyone, so I eventually got bored and climbed out. When I looked around the shop, I saw a host of like these weird, teeny tiny winged creatures, almost like winged little people, and they were all working on the shoes. I couldn't believe it at first, and they kind of saw me and started to flee. I tried to stop them and told them I just wanted to say thank you. In an instant, they stopped darting around and turned to look at me. The last thing I saw was the sickening smile spread across their faces.
Do we believe him?
Roll an insight check.
Motherfucker.
Ooh, I have advantage.
Can Dion roll more of a nature check on the winged tiny creatures?
Yeah.
Okay, since that's more their vibe.
22
Ooh.
total.
I got a 21.
I got a nat 20.
You love the nat 20s when it comes
Always
to
on the dumbest shit.
No, it's on the checks, man. This is important stuff.
Oh yes, the shoe goblins. It's so fucking important.
The nature check, you recognise these kind of the description of the creatures to be pixies.
Mm.
And for the inside checks, you generally get the idea that he's telling the truth. He doesn't seem to be any sort of like resident of the Fae. Almost looks like he's made a long journey here. The mule that he's riding on probably doesn't look in the best of hells. It looks very old. But he seems to be telling the truth that he kind of found a bunch of pixies working in his shop, and as soon as he said thank you for their help, they kind of mischievously took his sight.
Dion mumbles something about this is why we don't say thank you, and whispers up to Boblin as pixies. Pixie trickery. He's somehow been tricked by the pixies.
Tricksy pixies.
Tricksy pixies. What's Coraline want you to do?
I'm not getting anything. Oh wait.
Say, I'm sorry to hear of your troubles. Give me a moment.
She kind of looks. Hold, please. This blind young man's just like looking around at all these kind of voices that are kind of whispering from the darkness in his perspective.
While they're doing that, did you say he was on a mule?
He's on a mule, yes, a donkey.
I stroke the mule
Okay.
and do the whole like.
Would you say you stroke?
Don't,
ass?
don't. I knew someone was gonna say it. And that's
So
why I
why
was,
did
like,
you stroke the
hesitating.
ass? Why did you stroke the
I was
ass?
hesitating. because I knew someone was going to say it. I feel like everything I've said this evening has just come out dirty.
Yes, it's a euphemism for
Love
everything.
you.
Try playing a bard.
God. I would like to pet the ass.
Okay. You pet the ass very well.
Talking about coming out dirty.
While she goes over here and smacks her ass, Dalder's gonna go up and touch the guy's knee and
Ass?
use Lesser Restoration. to restore blinded.
Okay. Yeah, with no issue. You cast Lesser Restoration, and you start to kind of see the colour of the pupils return into his eyes, and he starts to kind of blink and look around. Oh, wow, thank you.
The
No, do I have to pay for this? He kind of pulls out like a small satchel and kind of like you can hear like the chinks of coin. How much do I owe you?
Favors freely given are given just that, freely.
With all due respect, when I was told about this place, I was told that nothing in the Feywild is free, so please at least take something.
Luck would have it that I am not a denizen of the Feywilds. I am a disciple of Morlin.
Can I like try to pretend to be Coraline's voice?
Sure, if you want to.
The payment is to never look a gift horse in the mouth. Do not look at these pixies again, and you will not suffer the same fate.
He's just staring at you, and he's like been looking at Coraline's face, who's bobbling, and his lips haven't been moving, and he's just hearing this voice come from this figure that isn't even moving the lips. Whoa. I mean, they said the Feywild was magical, but that's crazy. Yeah, sure. And he's about to go and say thank you again, and he catches him. Yeah. Will do.
Hearing the advice he was given, Dalder will also go, I would not push my luck and return to the Feywilds again.
No, well, if you ever kind of come through, like, the store or stuff, if you need shoes making, I could probably try and give you a discount.
Oh, see, did he ever say what
No.
city he was from?
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, I come from Fosha, the capital of the other proper world. You said you're not Fey creatures, so are you from there?
I know of the material plane, and so do some of my companions.
Ah. Sweet. Well,
And I just kind of like look over at Quick, just like, he's a
I just don't know if I want him to know that I'm from. Yeah, I guess he's probably trustworthy. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm from Fosha.
Oh, well. Well then, hopefully I'll see you all. He kind of laughs at saying "see." See you all again someday. It'll be a pleasure to give my T word in person in somewhere other than this place.
You are learning.
I'm trying. It was the aim in the first place. He just kind of gives a nod, trying his best not to say thank you again. Right, well, so long. And yeah,
Safe journeys.
safe journeys to you too. See you again sometime. And it's
I on purpose do a very creepy, like, one finger at a time wave goodbye.
You can see like the hairs on the back of his neck kind of stand up, and he just kind of kicks the mule into a quick turn.
Just before he goes, I give the ass a quick stroke again.
Roll a
It's like a farewell.
rolling animal handling check for me. Aminor.
She's committing. I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Roll for bad touch.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
Oh, it's dirty,
Ooh.
alright.
No.
Dirty slaps.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I will say that because of the little bit of fuss that you gave the S, that it gives a bit of a speed boost to it and gives him a heartier chance of making it back to safety.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
I'm just getting pictures of like Donkey now. I'm a scared
Donkey!
Yeah. Weirdly, you do hear two voices start to kind of talk as they move away. I'm joking. The donkey doesn't talk. I'm joking.
I was gonna say.
Hear a voice on the winds. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
On the road again.
I'm making waffles.
Right. Eventually, you all make it back into the grove, and as you make it back into the grove, there is a figure within the grove that is just kind of almost like looking.
Clad in red.
It does appear to be clad in red, yes.
Son of a bitch.
I whispered to Boblin, I think this is her.
Yeah. You see a female elven figure. They seem to be wearing a bright red hooded cloak. And you start to kind of see kind of the features of her face. The hair under the hood seems to be shaved almost to like a buzz cut. And you see 3 large scars that have dragged across her face from the forehead down to the chin, giving the impression like she's been mauled by a bear or something once upon a time. Her arm pulling free the cloak, she kind of turns and sees you all, and you can see just a brief kind of movement as a hand goes to a sword hilted on her hip. Who are you?
Do I want to pretend to be Coraline, or do I want to just drop the ruse?
Roll an insight check.
Okay.
That is for you to decide.
What's Coraline's like official like title?
Which one?
You have no
One of
idea.
them.
Yeah.
I've forgotten all of them except for Coraline.
There was many she listed off a huge list of names of things that she's been called in the past, but none of them are true. So she just said that you can call her Mama Caroline if that makes it easier for you.
And I'm assuming the majority of them were like pseudo slurs.
Maybe. I rolled an 18 on my insight, by the way.
She doesn't seem to recognize the person you're disguising yourself to be.
Okay.
Like, there's no familiarity as she's looking around the entire group.
You're the stranger here, so announce why you're here.
I live here. I was brought up here. Where's the Lady of the Bog?
I kind of step forward, seeing if like, giving Boblin a second if he's gonna do the voice or if I should do it again.
She's a bit like intense looking. I think you're probably right about they're probably not disguising it, but
I'll do the speaking. The Lady of the Bog is right here.
she kind of squints and kind of peers. No, you're not. And you see the hand kind of clench around the hilt a little bit tighter. What have you done with her?
I pop my head up. Okay. She gets up. She's out on some errands, and we were asked to look after her cabin for her.
Out? She never goes out. She's stuck here.
Gosh, that doesn't sound good, does it? That wasn't a very good one, yeah.
Yeah, what the dwarf said. Not anymore. It's a long story.
She's free.
Very just paused, like.
Huh. Dulder, you pick up faint signs of worry mixed in with a little tinge of sadness.
Worry and sadness.
Hmm.
You have not answered our question of what brings you to the swamp.
And like I said, I grew up here from a little girl.
That is your past. That does not detail your future.
Who is Coraline to you?
She helped raise me from an orphan. Lilith, you recall from your little side excursion with Coraline that she mentioned this individual, and that you were to tell her that she is free from her contract and her services are no longer required.
Right.
You okay?
I was blowing my nose.
We hear those like snippets of
Sorry.
Sorry.
Are you dying?
No. You always catch me at a bad time.
I know.
Oh, my ears popped. Sorry, were you saying that?
So,
Just,
yeah.
You were just saying that, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so Caroline told her that you have to pass on the message that she's free from her
Yeah.
contract.
I just turned to her and say, "You're the hunter."
As crass as that could just be put, yes, I am a huntress.
I have a message from Coraline.
Please do tell.
She told me earlier today that you are free from her contract.
Free.
Free.
Is that all I was to her? Just another one of her customers. And she throws a bag down onto the ground and you see several severed heads of various creatures kind of roll out. Many of them are from creatures that you've never seen, and she starts to kind of angrily storm over to the cabin and kind of just burst the door open as she kind of storms in. Who would like to give a nature check on the creatures?
I can. I'm assuming if they're from this plane, I might know better. 18.
18's pretty good. Some of them are familiar because you've seen a few of them recently. You see the head of a displacer beast. You see a number of different kind of wart-infested hag's heads. You see the odd lichen. And you also see a Yeth hound, which is like a strange furry humanoid face. You know these to be a type of fey haunting dog. They're normally gifted to individuals by an archfey to serve them. And after a few minutes, like she comes kind of storming back out again, and she's like stuffing like a bunch of arrows into like a quill.
Can't allow you to take anything from the cabin.
Do I go to your home and say you can't take things from your own house?
I'm just following my instruction. You'll have to ask her if you want to take anything from her house.
What was the nature of your contract with the mistress of the swamp?
Well, she's always been stuck here, so when I was a little girl, my parents were killed by a werewolf. She took me in, trained me, raised me, and while she was stuck here, I was to go and hunt in her place. And she kind of motions to all the kind of heads that have just been kind of toppled out the bag. In return for all these, she fed me and armed me with the tools needed to satiate my need for vengeance.
So while she was chained to this bog, you were her hand in the world, yes?
Relatively speaking, yes.
But now she is no longer chained and she no longer requires you to do her bidding.
It would seem so.
Why do you think of that as a slight towards you?
She's been all that I've known for years. Like, I was I was only like 8 years old when she took me in.
She has not severed ties with you. She has simply given you the freedom to do as you choose.
Ayara pipes up and says, "You may not be the only one with that situation."
And she kind of gives a look over Ayara. I don't know you.
Maybe not, but I've known her.
Either way, all I'm doing is taking payment for these, and she kind of kicks one of the heads. If I am free, then I'm just taking my payment and I'll be on my way.
Your payment was your freedom. Put the arrows back.
Where did you, and Dolder will be turning towards Lilith, where did you go for your hunt?
To the Lake of Echoes.
The elven woman kind of gives you like a very like a this bitch kind of look. Oh, she took you there, did she?
I turn problem.
My prime hunting grounds. She normally sends me there.
You say your family was killed by a werewolf. Was this particular werewolf found?
I killed it. Me and my family were out on a picnic while I was a little girl, minding our own business in the Feywild, when we were set upon by a rogue werewolf that had decided to take us as its prey. Unfortunately, both my parents were killed, and my instincts kind of kicked in, and I ended up grabbing a knife from the picnic basket and stabbed it through the heart. Luckily for me, my parents had brought the finest silverware along for the meal, and the beast was killed. But with my parents dead, I was orphaned and all alone, and I began to hear a voice calling me into the Black Bog. I'd been warned never to go anywhere near it, but having little other option, I decided to follow. And this is where I ended up. Since that day, like I said, she's raised me and trained me. I hunt down the monsters in the Feywild while she couldn't. See, predatory animals generally hunt for food, but every now and then a monster arises in the Feywild that hunts for sport, much like the rogue Lycan that murdered my family. And this type of creature is something that the Lady of the Bog tends not to like. And with her being stuck, I carried out her will.
It's all about I can hear.
You couldn't hear?
No, you went really robotic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, she was just basically explaining that ever since she was a little girl, she's been trained and raised, and she hunts animals that hunt for sport.
She hunts the hunters.
She is the hunter of the hunters. Yes.
I'm gonna turn the girl.
Mhm.
As my short friend said, is there a chance she is now free, so you are now free? Maybe she doesn't want you to feel like you need to be kept here because she was kept here. Though free of a contract for hunting, she probably still cares.
Maybe.
Azrin just pipes up and says, freedom of contract doesn't mean freedom of relationship. She's free to go where she wants, and so are you. What's to stop either of you from seeing each other again?
Sorry, it's just this life has been all I've known for such a long time.
Life doesn't have to stop. You are just free of a deal.
Each time you
Still do.
each time you speak, you can see her just kind of glaring at you, like almost like she sees a lot of herself in you, in a way. And she's kind of giving you the eye of like, oh, you like the new the new favorite.
Can I kind of like tell that then?
Yeah, you. She's not hiding the fact that she seems to have some sort of dislike of you.
I catch on to that. I'm not here to replace you. I am here with my group. We have important things to do.
So how does she end up getting free? I thought the last piece that she needed was in the material plane. Is it you that brought it?
Potentially. I kind of just like look at the group like.
Together.
Well, there's certainly going to be some big changes around the Feywild, I can tell you that.
I believe some of them are already in motion.
I had noticed the change of colour in the area, and she kind of looks around at the kind of now even brighter coloured leaves that start to kind of bloom at the top of the canopy of the trees nearby. Well, it may end up being either a very quiet period of my life or a very busy one.
A new adventure awaits for you, though.
Dolder will look at the bag spilling out various severed heads. I believe you will be fine.
Oh, I don't worry about that. I know how to look after myself.
OOC, have we seen those arrows that she took before? Like, is there anything noticeable, or are they just common arrows?
Roll a perception or investigation check.
I know I'm hyper fixating on those. Sorry.
It's alright.
19 total.
They do seem to be tipped with a very kind of shiny looking metal at the actual arrow points. Almost silverish in make.
Mm.
Anyone else hear Howl at the Moon playing in the background?
So while she says that she knows how to take care of herself, I'll, pipe back up and say there's never a shortage of dangerous creatures in the Feywilds.
I hope not. It'll be boring without them. Of all the things that go bump in the night, I'm the thing that bumps right back.
Calm down, Hellboy.
And I'll say, as somebody from the Feywilds, I feel safer knowing that there's people like you out there keeping the bumps away.
And she kind of gives you a curious look.
I pop my whole head out so she can see my horns.
One of the Fey a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, she's going to have some fun.
Hear a
And
fucking
squint, like,
quiet groan from Dolder.
It's, I think it's been hard for her to see that little neutral corner of the realm be taken. I think she has quite a lot in mind for that. It was one of the reasons why she was so desperate to break free so soon.
yeah. kind of give this look of like, yeah, I'm also not too thrilled about that.
Don't worry. I'm sure she'll have you back. Nobody messes with the veil, especially now that she's free.
Yeah.
And she kind of looks over to you, Azran. Like, if I'm going to continue doing my thing, I'm going to need to be armed. She makes these for me. You know, she's quite a tall being. Kind of a bit taller than whatever that is. She kind of points to Dion and Boblin's kind of combined form.
Yeah.
These would be no use to her. They're like toothpicks.
Like up and just say to Ashra, the arrows I saw her with earlier were huge.
Yeah.
Azran relaxes a bit and nods to the stranger.
Well, in the meantime, if she's gone, I'll continue my hunt and I don't know, maybe I'll catch up with her again soon, someday soon.
I am sure she will find you in due time.
I hope so. I won't mind giving her a piece of my mind. Imagine not telling me herself. And she kind of pulls the hood back up around her head and just kind of gives you all a bit of a nod. Just watch yourselves around her. She could be a little bit tricksy sometimes.
Aren't
We're
all
well aware.
they?
The deadpan fucking look on Dolph's face right now.
As she's going to leave, Dion, in a very knowing of the Feywild things, will ask, what is she known as? Or what is she known by? Not her name, but...
And she kind of gives you a look and kind of gives a... Surely you should know.
Do I roll for that?
Roll an insight check.
18?
I would say there's probably a name that's kind of buried deep in your gut that you don't want to say, but you have a horrible kind of rising feeling that it's probably the one.
So I just kind of like deep gulp, and I'm like, yeah, I just wanted to check for my, my comrades.
And she,
They're new to the area.
yeah, and she kind of gives a nod and says, congratulations, and then starts to kind of walk back out of the grove. And that's where we'll end the session.
Oh, congratulations! What does that even mean?
We didn't just get TPK'd by a huntress.
Yay.
So OOC, what is the name? Is it something spooky?
I'm not sure we're allowed to know yet.
No, that's fine. You can DM it to me.
Immersion!
I'll let you
No,
start.
yeah, DM it to me because nobody wants a spoiler.
I'll let you start to piece it together.
Ooh.
The clues are all there. It's just you gotta put little puzzle pieces together, innit?
Something Little Red Riding.
I mean, that seems to be the folklore that seems to be surrounding this huntress. Oh, were you asking what the huntress's name was?
Yeah, like what
Oh.
she's known as and like
Oh,
local
sorry.
lore.
I mistook.
Yeah.
I thought you were asking about Caroline.
No.
No,
No, the Huntress, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, what's Coraline's real name, Ram?
I'm not giving
DM it to me.
I'm not giving you that. Fuck off.
What's her name, Ram?
She should just kind of turn around as she's pulling the hood up and just say, just call me Red.
Cop out!
Ah!
Boo!
I don't give a shit.
Boo this man!
Boo! You don't give names in the Feywild.
Call me.
That's why I asked
Im-
what she's
Yeah.
known as.
Yeah. So she just says red.
Lil.
Lil Red.
Lil Red.
That's her rapper name. What she do?
It's
Rap those
Lil
arrows
and the
at me.
color of your shirt you're currently
Yeah.
wearing.
And like, I'm pulling my hood up as I'm
Mhm.
walking away. But yeah, I'll end it there.
Holy
Hell
shit.
yeah.
Good shit.
Guys, you RP'd. Crazy.
We RP'd. Woo!
Whoa.
Yay.
I'm so proud. Beautiful.
We did it.
It felt funny.
It felt weird.
It's gonna.
Okay, if we're done, I gotta run away.
Okay, no
Sorry,
worries.
I was
Yeah.
so in and
Take care,
out.
man.
Yeah.
Bye.
Everyone,
love you.
everyone that's running away, go, go, go.
Yeah.
Go now while you still can.
Flee, children,
I'm
flee.
gonna go.
I'm waiting for a name. Bye, Soph.
She said red.
Bye. I'll see you guys later.
Take care, hon.
Happy sleeps.
Yeah, happy sleeps.
Bye bye.
Do, 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 do.
What's your name?
Fuck
Tim.
you.
Fuck you, Tony.
I was about to...
I'm an enchanter, and some may call me Tim.
What?
Yeah, I saw that
Is
on
your
your
name?
stream.
Yeah, that was about as good as a fucking wonder thing I could get for
What is your favorite color?
her. Green.
No blue. Ah!
Alright. Well, fun shit. Like I said, I'm going to need a couple of weeks, just to kind of sort the whole Battle of the Bands thing out, but next session we should be cracking on into that.
Yeah. When is next session gonna be? Because I know obviously we got the holidays
Yeah.
next weekend, and then holidays again,
Yeah.
kind of like New Year's time,
Yeah.
the weekend after. So
Yeah.
reconvening on my birthday.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
If that is okay with all. Yeah.
I will say, Samantha and I hopefully are going on a trip. We'll be gone for like 2 weekends.
You've gone muffly. I can't hear what you're saying.
Samantha and I are going on a trip later in January. Probably going to be gone the last 2 weekends.
That's fine.
Yeah, that robot that AJ just did is what you do every once in a while, Ram.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it must be a Discord thing, because like when I'm watching your stream, it doesn't pop up on your stream.
Yeah,
luckily.
like, yeah, I've kind of looked over some of the old videos and yeah, I've not noticed any audio
every
issue.
once in a while in Discord. This is actually, I think, the first time it's been someone not Ram that's happened, but it
Yeah.
was the exact same of like it'll just go
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Very strange. But yeah, sweet.
hmm
So
Good job RPing, everybody. I'm
Yeah.
proud of you.
Yay.
Oh,
Even though I felt like that by the last hour, I should just shut up. I did not want to do anything that would start a weird encounter.
Yeah.
yeah.
they were
sure.
prepared, ready just in case.
I
See-
did feel like that last one was more Lilith's thing. So
Yeah, my whole shtick was like, oh, she's gonna go hunt Coraline now. I'm like, no, we just made deals with her. Like, you can't take that. And I'm
mean-
like,
good luck to her, I guess.
Oh yeah,
I was
no.
trying to figure it out. I'm like, what's she doing with those arrows? And I'm like, should I stop her? And then that's why I was like, can I just discern what kind of arrows
Yeah.
they were?
Yeah, no, you kind of get the idea that the arrows and stuff and were created for her, and Coraline's basically been acting as like a guardian since she was a little
Her
girl.
hunting dog.
Yeah.
Of course, I was like, I have a feeling that her reaction here is not exactly the intended reaction.
Mm.
And I will admit, it did hurt my soul a little bit to have Dolder be the voice of reason defending Coraline.
Well, you know, after recent
So I hope you
events,
appreciate that one.
after recent events, maybe you're starting to kind of swing that direction.
Fuck no. If anything, thanks to recent events, he's even more so like, this fucking hurts to say, but god fucking damn it.
It's almost like Caroline's a nice person.
Yeah,
Mm.
almost
It's almost
like.
as if none of us trust her at all. Still, for some reason.
She has shown
Isn't
you
there
nothing but
something in
love.
Wasn't there something in the rules about like the cuter it looks, the more wary you should be of it?
Indeed, there was.
And then even if it doesn't look cute, you should still be wary of
If it's scary,
I'm like,
be
oh,
wary. If
nicer
it's
it
cute,
seems.
Yeah.
be wary.
it. Yeah,
Let's
be wary.
review. We've released an ancient vampire. We've gotten rid of the storm around Martis. We've resurrected a dragon, ancient dragon. Now we've released an archfey who is now more powerful. We're on a roll.
Woohoo!
You know, we can start having like a Pokemon badge thing of how many ancient evils we've let loose upon the world.
And there's,
But-
you know, quotes around it, some of the evils.
Yeah, on the flip side, though, it's same as like Caroline was saying when you were kind of asking about like the fate. If you hadn't have interrupted the Vecna ritual, Vecna would have been back instead of Cass, which would have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
If Saren hadn't have been woken up by you, someone else would have done, and it may have led to a lot more dead bodies,
Including ours.
including yours. Well, if you never went to the island, then Crom and Jebediah and all them might have been killed.
Oh no, not them.
Hey, see? Again, you judged the pirates before you got to know them. They were
Hey,
Well,
honourable.
I got to know one very well. He just can't read or write, so I can't write letters to him.
You do have
out
sending.
of character, I'm like, oh, they're our ticket out of Martis.
Well, now you don't need them. You can catch any old boat now.
We don't know where we're going though.
Explore, venture. Go crazy.
It's been 3 weeks on the Waltail. Your food is running out. What do? We die.
We eat the goblin.
No,
Eat the ball.
All right, the goat.
He tastes like dreams.
that's fine. The goat probably tastes better than the goblin anyway.
Eat the fox. The fox will
Only
just
if
keep on
you-
regenerating.
Right, spices.
Keep eating the leaves. It'll be fine. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I'll have a couple of weeks to prepare for the Battle of the Bands, and then we'll fucking kick that off. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
It's exciting
it'll be
stuff.
fun.
Yep.
Did you tell Ram not precisely what we're doing, but like what you guys were planning OOC for
Absolutely not.
So this has been something that we've kind of been debating back and forth here, because a lot of it is also that the DM Dave that we are used to is kind of an asshole, and is one of those DMs that very much has the mindset of it's him against the player kind of a thing. So we've been kind of discussing back and forth over the entire like, okay, so on the scale of how much OOC to tell you versus the like, okay, because the more we tell you, the more you can kind of
Plan
plan
against
it
you.
out. Because I'm assuming that the encounter is going to be fairly like, you know, rule of cool and theater of the
Yeah.
mind rather than like straight up like D&D mechanic roll off.
Yeah.
So it's way more of a themey RP session rather than a mechanic slugfest.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always that us being used to our, you know, old asshole DM is that any like, you know, cool tricks we tell him ahead of time, he is either gonna outright negate or negate and steal kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So we are like very much like,
That's
don't tell the DM,
meta.
don't tell the DM.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that's
it's called
yeah.
PTSD.
yeah, because that's the meta we're used to. Is like if you tip your hand ahead of time, he will take that hand
Yeah.
and beat you with it.
No, I'm not like me versus you kind of a person. I'm trying to like cheer you on to win, but at the same time, I don't want to make things easy for you.
Mm.
Because
Well,
if
the only-
everything's like a walkthrough, then it just becomes a you know.
Yeah, like the only thing there would be more like, you know, us, you know, giving you things where you go, oh, that's a cool idea, or like, you know, inspiring you to other choices that are not the same thing we did, but in the same spirit kind of a thing.
And
Yeah.
I think the idea is more of like the creative ways that we can come up with to use the spells to enhance the performance are the edge that we kind of have against the Battle of the Bands. So the more that we kind of keep close to the chest is, you know, more of a quote unquote advantage.
Yeah, because
It's nothing. It's not like we're gonna, you know, win in a combat sense, but being able to outflare them.
yeah, because this is like a legendary band. This is like a famous like
Yeah.
continent-wide band that has been traveling for a number of years. So they'll have their own skills and
They
abilities.
got their
Our-
set.
Our discussion has very much been the like, well, we know we're not going to outplay them, obviously. So it's how do we outsmart them?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I don't know. I would lean more on the like once we kind of have what we were wanting or planning to do ironed out, which I think we have a pretty good grasp of like what we were planning on doing.
Yeah, it's all just got to be worked around the music.
Yeah.
Then kind of like start keying you in, so you can kind of take that into account when you kind of plan the encounter.
Well, what I was going to do as well is because I've kind of created this weird kind of like combatless combat encounter, or damageless combat encounter at least. I was going to kind of give like a bit of like
Emotional damage.
yeah, pretty much, yeah. I was kind of give like examples and stuff of how like each turn would go and how a round would end, of like how the mechanics are actually going to work with it, just so you've got a better understanding of how it's actually going to play out once we kind of get to that stage. But yeah,
Yeah, because I think a couple people were very confused about the whole like plus minus one,
Yeah.
and like how all that works. So
yeah.
Because I don't know if you like, do you already have that I guess system worked out?
Kind of, yeah. I was kind of because one of my workmates plays D&D. I was kind of describing it to him, and he seemed to be kind of pretty on board with the idea and understanding of how I was kind of going to work it. But like, just say for example, Ajran is like, for example, playing the drums or something. Like he could go on a mad drum solo, activate his action surge, and just go on a mad fucking drum solo for a bit. And if he rolls like a good enough like performance check or something, because he's used an action surge as well, instead of a +1, I'd give him like a +2. Because it's almost like he's doubled up his action his turn that round. But obviously that'd be only for one song.
Thanks for the idea. No, I'm just kidding.
So,
just
like, 'cause
example.
the way that I was guessing that you might have been doing it was like, because the entire like you roll to see if you give a +1 or -1 to the opposition, but
Yes.
there was never necessarily a DC stipulated. So I figured like the more either like resources put in or the more well developed
Kind of.
is, the lower the DC is.
I'm giving you full control on the almost like the rule of cool. If it sounds really fucking epic, if you roll like I may like set the DC depending on what you're doing. Now, if you're just going to be like, Quithus, I'm up on stage playing the dulcimer, that's my go, I may put the DC high because one, he isn't a performer
trained
as such.
musician.
Yeah. But if he starts kind of adding in like magical effects and stuff to kind of boost his ability and make things even more like wow factor, then I'd probably lower the DC.
So I guess that's where it comes into play
Yeah.
of knowing what we're doing beforehand.
Yeah.
So
The
that
mo-
you know what the DCs are beforehand.
No, I'd probably make them up on the time. I've got like the chart of like, this is like an easy roll, medium roll, difficult.
Well, at that point, it's more so you can kind of like, have a little bit of a hum of how the narrative is going to go, so you're not having to just wing every single aspect of the event, kind of a thing. Because there's also definitely going to be things that we're going to be throwing in there where you're like, we don't want to derail your
Yeah,
entire.
but that's
like,
half the fun
plan.
of the DM kind of having to deal with it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Have a good night, man.
I'm gonna end
Good
the
night.
stream too while
Tell
I'm thinking
folks
about
hi
it.
from us.
Yeah.
Will do when she gets back.
Yeah, tell her she was missed. She missed out on all the fairy tale.
But you did a very good job of her mannerisms, so it was like she
Yes.
was here anyway.
Exactly.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
So yeah.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah.
Right, and I'll end the stream there as well. Right. Bye bye.